Okay, good evening. This is the Select Board meeting of July 14th, 2025. The Select Board had adjourned and went into executive session, which has concluded, and we will proceed with the agenda as posted. I will turn to Assistant Town Manager Peter Johnson-Staub to discuss executive session with respect to the AFSCME contract.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to report that the town and the AFSCME Unit C union have reached an agreement on a collective bargaining contract for fiscal years 26 through 28. The board voted its approval this evening, and we're looking forward to working with those folks for another 3 years under a contract that is well received by both sides.
Thank you. All right, please join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next order of business, I'm going to turn to Mr. Reed to read a proclamation for the...
Wonderful.
Thank you.
All right, proclamation. Whereas the Cape Cod Cape Verdean Museum and Cultural Center, Inc. was established as a new nonprofit organization in December 2019, and whereas the Town of Falmouth welcomed the Cape Cod Cape Verdean Museum and Cultural Center, Inc. to serve our community and celebrated their opening of their first physical building on the site of the historic Emerald House at 67 Davisville Road, East Falmouth, in June of 2021. And where the Cape Cod Cape Verdean Museum and Cultural Center is the only one of its kind at this time in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, which focuses its historical and cultural education and tours to visitors from all over the world, primarily on the contributions of the early immigrant experience from the West African archipelago of Cape Verde, which began in the 17th century with whaling and continued to itinerant farming, aiding particularly to the industrialization of the local cranberry bogs on Cape Cod. And where such venerated Cape Verdeans lived and or worked in the town of Falmouth, such as Marina and Tony Andrews and family, former owners of the Tony Andrews Farm, Polino Rodriguez, former Falmouth Police Chief and veteran of the U.S. Army, Viriato Vinny Di Macedo, former senator, family of Liz Miranda, current senator of Boston, whose family still lives in Falmouth. Whereas the Cape Cod Cape Verdean Museum and Cultural Center, Inc. partnered in 2022 with the Falmouth Public School System to bring all second grade classes on field trips to the museum and has now educated over 600 students and teachers about the rich history of Cabo Verde and the Cape Verdean residents of Falmouth, Mashpee, Bourne in particular, and Cape Cod in total on the same year, beginning a, quote, sister school program, end quote, partnership with EELCV, English Language Learning School of Cabo Verde, through a shared partnership with Pedro Pier's Institute for Cape Verdean Studies. And whereas the Cape Cod Cape Verdean Museum and Cultural Center, Inc. received a Medal of Merit in Culture presented to them by the Prime Minister of Cabo Verde on July 3rd, 2024, on behalf of the government of Cabo Verde. And, last one, whereas the Republic of Cabo Verde will be celebrating its 50th anniversary of independence on July 5th, 2025, we would like to commemorate this historic significance of this by declaring July 2025 Cape Verdean Month in Falmouth. In witness thereof, we have hereunto set our hand and caused the Great Seal of the Town of Falmouth to be affixed on this, the 14th day of July 2025.
I believe, Alice, you'd like to say a word or two on behalf of the council.
Use the bar at the bottom.
Bar at the bottom. This?
Here, no, hold on. I'm going to do a demonstration.
Okay.
I copied this earlier. A couple more people know how to do it. So what you
Yeah,
do is
well.
you do this. So we'll leave it like that. Raise or lower as you need.
I would love to be able to raise it, Peter, but I only am going to get shorter as I get older. So first of all, thanks to the Town of Falmouth for this recognition and acknowledgement of the Cape Cod, Cape Verdean Museum and Cultural Center. It is a gem of a place, and please make time for a very special personal tour with Barbara Burgo, who is here. She's a part of a 3-member board of directors with Wesley Late and Roy Rose, and they do an amazing amount of work. And I'm here on behalf of the Cultural Council to say that we have awarded the Cape Cod, Cape Verdean Museum and Cultural Council with 4 grants since they opened. They've done documentaries on their elders' oral history, which they did in partnership with the Falmouth Community TV. And they've done a program with Candida Rose about Cabo Jazz, which is also a celebration of culture through music. And this year, they are going to do a documentary that will really archive that. But if anybody in this room has a Nana, you have to go and see Nana's Kitchen, which will make you realize that something about cooking is also about culture. It is really a gem. It's not only the only one, it was really the right place and the right time at 65 Davisville Road in East Falmouth. Please take time to visit it and please support their work. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Barbara, we have the proclamation. We're going to take it back and process it, and I will personally deliver it to the museum so that you can, have it properly displayed. If you'd like to say a couple of words, more than welcome to.
Thank you very much for this. The world is watching Falmouth because we have been to Cabo Verde twice last year and showed the documentary about Cape Verdeans, A Legacy of Service, which was actually edited and assisted so much by your FCTV folks. And so, of course, they're on the credits. The Minister of Culture invited us back again this year to replicate parts of this museum, not only in Praia, which is the capital on Santiago Island, at the University of Cabo Verde, where Rector Barreto works, and he has invited us last year to start a cultural center and exhibit there. So everything will be replicated. Falmouth gets the credit for being such a wonderful town to us, to offer us to, we wrote the RFP and I wanted 1 year rent-free if you could, because we had no money. And then somebody said to us, what would you give back? And it was a professor friend, and I said, the wonderful culture of Cape Verde. What else would it be? But then I'm smart enough, my degree is cultural anthropology, I'm smart enough to know, I also worked at the State House, what tangible, what give back to the town could we do to make sure that it's a quid pro quo, it's a win-win situation. So I said we would charge no admission price, okay? First I started thinking for anyone in Falmouth, and then I thought, what am I going to do? Ask for your license to be or a bill to see if you, and then I realized also you get such a huge amount of tourism in the summer. So I thought a win-win for us would be if you gave us that opportunity, then everyone would be able to come in admission free. There certainly is a donation box, but why I'm saying this is it has been a better win for us than I ever imagined. You folks gave us actually 2 years rent-free. We started the sister school program. That was adjusted a little bit, should have been adjusted. We saw the students again in April, so 800 students and their teachers have been there, and the 2 years rent-free allowed us to get up to speed with donations. We are not going to bring Nana's Kitchen idea over to Cape Verde. They say Cabo Verde because Portuguese is still the main language. We don't need to bring Nana's Kitchen there because we got those ideas that came here to Cape Cod 150, 200 years ago with your residents, okay? And all of Falmouth helped. But I know that they would love to see the documentaries that we have developed and some of what their ancestors accomplished here on Cape Cod. So I would like to also say that I didn't put it in there because I'm not positive yet, the Cape Verdean Club on Sandwich Road, I am still researching, and it appears to be, it might be, the oldest of its kind still running in the entire country.
That's wonderful. That's
Okay.
wonderful. Thank you.
So Falmouth has done a great job welcoming us, supporting us, and I know the whole country and all of Cabo Verde, which reaches out to the international diaspora of Portugal and Luxembourg and Spain. Everyone's watching Falmouth, and we're doing a great job, so I'm immensely proud. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're all aware of all the good things that you do and the Cape Verdeans have done for the town of Falmouth over the 150 or 200 years. So thank you very much.
Great. I'd like to see you all come in there, even if you came in the beginning. We've been 4 years kind of adding, and so now I think you'd love to see it. I'm building packets for all of you. I had 5 done, but now I see an extra, so I'll leave them on the side table when I go so that you get a sense of what we're up to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very,
Again.
very much.
Okay, we will move on to recognition. Does anyone on the board have any recognition that they'd like to mention?
Quick one, I understand the library did a phenomenal job with their annual book sales. Maybe it was in last week's meeting, but over $80,000 sold. That's amazing.
Well, they always do. As far as announcements, I have 2. One is that there is a flyer on our website, and we have discussed it, but there will be a meeting July 23rd from 6 to 7:30 p.m. here at the Falmouth Senior Center to review the draft requests for proposals with respect to the disposition of town-owned lands for affordable housing. The other matter is, you may remember that at our last meeting, we had an update from Mr. Lannon, our water superintendent, with respect to the drought situation, and we were just advised today that the drought has been reduced. Mr. McConerty is here if he wants to say something, but there will be something posted or is posted on the website. So we are now not at level 2 anymore. We're at level 1. So there will be some irrigation in your properties permitted, I think, on an even odd kind of situation. So I think that's wonderful news. I don't think it had anything to do with our meeting the other night, but here we are. Peter, you want to add anything to that or no? Okay, well, thank you very much. So we'll move into public comment. Oh, but I should mention again, I forgot the last time and I forgot again. Please silence your cell phones and please notify the chair if anyone here is making a video or audio recording of this open session meeting. The placement and operation of the recording equipment should not interfere with the conduct of the meeting. Okay, moving on to public comment. Public comment may be made on routine matters not on the agenda this evening. Comments are limited to 2 minutes. Please introduce yourself. Since the matter has not been included on the agenda, the Select Board may not participate in the discussion of the topic. Is there anyone who would like to speak to public comment? Yes, sir. Please come to the microphone and identify yourself.
Good evening. My name is Michael Feingold, and I live at 88 Palmer Avenue here in Falmouth. I also want to talk to you about a win-win situation. We have a huge opportunity to extend the Shining Sea Bikeway by removing the Falmouth secondary line. To the extent a new rail line is deemed needed, a new state-of-the-art track could be laid along MacArthur Boulevard. Everyone wins in that scenario. The 6.5-mile extension of the Shining Sea Bikeway would run north from the current terminus of the path to the Cape Cod Canal pathway. That extension would not only be a world-class multimodal pathway, but would get pedestrians and cyclists off the road. Aside from that game-changing safety improvement, the extension would drive revenue from residents and tourists alike, just as the Shining Sea Bikeway does now. A new state-of-the-art track could be built as a straight shot from Joint Base Cape Cod to the Cape Cod Canal rail line. It would be inland and away from the environmentally sensitive coastline now traversed by the Falmouth secondary. That line, capable of higher speeds, might even lead to increased use of rail. The Falmouth secondary is lightly used only by a private company for disposal of construction debris. There is no use of the track by any of the 4 Upper Cape towns. The recently increased funding of the military and the extensive work to be done in connection with the replacement of the Bourne Bridge affords us a great opportunity to build a new track. To achieve this win-win, we must act immediately to realize a huge opportunity that we are about to lose. Thanks to the CCRTA, we have up to $25 million in federal funding secured to build the extension. The one and only condition for that funding is the removal of the Falmouth secondary. Rail to trail is the only realistic approach to building the extension. That is an action that must be taken by the governor, as the railroad right-of-way is Commonwealth property. Unfortunately, as all of us in this room know, the current administration in Washington has been clawing back funds left and right. If that were to happen with the CCRTA's funding, which we believe it will, and is likely to happen relatively soon, we will lose the ability to build this world-class facility at no cost to the Commonwealth. So I'm here today to encourage the Select Board to advocate for the great public interest served by the removal of the Falmouth secondary. I urge you to ask the governor to remove the Falmouth secondary, extend the Shining Sea Bikeway, and support construction of a new track inland.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment? Okay, if there is not, we'll proceed to the consent agenda. I will read out the various matters. If anyone on the Select Board wants to hold the matter, please let me know. Number 1, consider a vote to accept a donation from the T-Ticket Civic Association in the amount of $600 to the Veterans Department donation account to be utilized for purposes of supporting Falmouth veterans in need. Number 2, authorize the town manager to file applications and execute agreements for SRF loan for Great Pond TASA Phase 1 sewer project. Vote to execute a sewer system infrastructure easement between the town of Falmouth and the owners of 32 Pearl Lane. Number 4, consider a vote to appoint the Falmouth Elks Lodge number 2380 nominee, Lieutenant Colonel Elizabeth S. Sweeney, as representative to the Veterans Council Committee. 5, consider a vote to appoint the Veterans of Foreign Affairs nominee, Ahmed A. Mustafa, as representative to the Veterans Council Committee. Number 6, consider the approval of a letter of support for H3391, an act relative to government surplus supply. Hold? Hold. Okay. All right. Other than number 6, which Mr. Richardson has asked to hold, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Is there a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Richardson, you've asked to hold number 6, consider the approval of a letter of support for H 3391.
Yeah, the only reason I'm holding is I wanted to first commend the advocates for this bill, for the outreach they've done to us and to other members of local and state boards across the Commonwealth, and to Representative Moakley for his leadership. It is a terrific bill. I know he's worked closely with the Inspector General on it. And I just wanted to commemorate everyone who's encouraged us to support this bill before approving it. So with that, I make a motion to consider the approval of the letter of support of HR 3391, an act related to government surplus supply.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second with respect to the approval of a letter of support for H 3391. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you very much. We will now proceed to public hearing, and I'll ask Vice Chair Goldstone to read the public notice.
Colin Reed must recuse himself.
Okay, Mr. Reed is recusing himself.
Mr. Chair, I am having an issue with my agenda software. Do you have the hearing notice in front of you?
I believe I do. If you can wait one.
I'm in the wrong section.
All right, hold on. Here we can you, there you go. Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
All right, public hearing notice. The Falmouth Select Board will...
Please sit. If you're going to have conversations, please take them outside. Thank you.
The Falmouth Select Board will hold a public hearing under Section 240-14.8 Wetlands Regulations of the zoning bylaws of the Town of Falmouth on Monday, July 14, 2025, at 6:45 p.m. in the Select Board Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall, that has been amended to Senior Center, on the application of Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution for its complex for waterfront access to exploration and research, or seawater project, which will require dredging and filling in connection with the replacement of the existing waterfront dock, construction of a new waterfront building, and associated site amenities at 86 Water Street, Woods Hole. Area affected is Great Harbor. Interested parties may review the file on this application at the office of the Select Board per order of the Falmouth Select Board.
Thank you. I will just wait a moment while Mr. Johnson-Staub gets everything teed up for us.
I have no idea what the password is. That's unfortunate. I need to find the password. Sorry, I don't know the password.
A minor
That's what happens
delay.
when we're in an odd spot. Huh. Okay.
Oh, I see it. I got it. Thank you. Right. Usually doesn't go to sleep.
He did.
Yeah,
It's all signed.
Great.
All right, so. No. Is this 7? Yeah, I think I got it. This one here. And you can use the arrows or the mouse.
All right, We apologize for some technical delays here. We're not usually here at the senior center, so bear with us. Mr. Johnson Saab, do you have any comments with respect to this hearing to lead us off?
Just very briefly, this is a big, complicated, important project, not only for the Woods Hole Institution, but for the Falmouth community in the region. And there was quite a bit of work done at the Conservation Commission in connection with this project and these permits. The town did hire a consulting engineer to do an independent review, and there were some adjustments made to the plan based on that process. And with that, I'm happy to turn it over to the Woods Hole Institution.
Okay, thank you. Please introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Rob Munir. I'm the Vice President for Marine Facilities and Operations at Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. I'm going to introduce the project, and I have my team here with me, Liza Cox and Dwight Dunk. This is a project that has been before the board several times over the last several years, and it's about the redevelopment of our waterfront. And the specific ask tonight is about the wetlands special permit. The town has supported this project in the past. We've gotten 2 Seaport Economic Council grants 5 or 6 years ago that we partnered with the town that allowed us to conduct feasibility studies about how this project might be undertaken. We did then have been involved in the design work and the permitting work, and we're at the very tail end of the permitting process, and so hopefully tonight will be one of the last final steps to get there. And I also want to introduce Mike Barrett, who's in the audience with us. He's our project manager. And I mentioned Liza Cox and Dwight Dunk. So tonight we're going to talk a little bit about, just a little bit about WHOI. I'm sure most of you know us pretty well, so just a little bit of background there. And then Liza's going to give an overview of why we're here about this special permit, and also indicate the permits that we've already achieved. And then Dwight's going to talk specifically about the details of the wetlands permit and the impacts and the mitigation efforts that we have. As this project is critical to our mission, as Peter mentioned, it really is an enabler for us to have access to the sea, which is how we do our business. In other words, it's the infrastructure that allows us to take ideas and tools and people from our laboratories to sea. And this is the primary interface that allows us to do that. And this project's been going on for a while. It has evolved. It's going to continue to evolve. As I'm sure you're well aware, we're in the midst of an unusual time relative to academic and research funding. So we've had to adjust how we were approaching this project previously, and now we're going to continue to do that, particularly in light of funding and the ability to get the resources to do this. So our approach is going to be a phased approach, which still falls within these permits that we've achieved. So last 2 permits tonight, the wetland special permit, and then we'll be before the zoning board at the end of the month. So a little bit about WHOI, lots of words here. We're a research institution. We do research. We are engineers. We conduct operations by going to sea, and we have an education program, most notably a joint program with MIT for a PhD in oceanography. Our business model is we're independent, we're private, we're nonprofit, and our revenues come from competitively awarded grants, primarily from the federal government, which is why we're in a very unique and interesting and challenging time frame. Culturally, we are entrepreneurial in order to allow us to operate with that model. We're what's called a soft money institution, which means that all of our researchers have to raise the funds in order to do their work, and the infrastructure and the administration really provide the tools for the researchers to do that. About 1,200 employees, 450 affiliates, so a total population of around 1,500, which makes us the 2nd largest employer on the Cape, next to the hospital. 6 academic departments. I mentioned the joint PhD program with MIT, and a very large operational component, which is what I'm responsible for, which is the operation of ships, underwater vehicles, all the tools necessary to take our work to sea. Our annual revenues are about $350 million in 2024. 2025 was looking on a similar trajectory, although it could be a little bit different by the time the year end comes, because awards of grants through our normal awarding agencies have slowed. Lots of economic impacts to our community and to the greater Massachusetts and southeast New England area. A little bit about the site itself. This is a kind of a bird's eye view looking from seaward. We are talking about redeveloping this waterfront area. One of our ships is tied up there. It's the Neil Armstrong. It's a general purpose research vessel, and it's typical of the vessels that come. That one we operate. There's another one called the Atlantis that we operate, and then we get a lot of visiting vessels from all over the country. And then there's specific elements of the waterfront that are also about conducting research right there on site. A test well, we have autonomous vehicle laboratories, and we really do a lot of research right there on the waterfront. So in addition to being sort of this interface with getting to sea, it is a site for research in and of itself. And as everybody knows, Woods Hole is an incredibly unique place. We have 70 feet of seawater right in this very small harbor, so it allows us to bring, global class research vessels in and out of our home port. The buildings that are shown there in the background are research labs, shops, and places where our work is done, and all of this is in our long-term plan to be redeveloped. Why do we have to do this now? This is a 56-year-old facility. It was designed for a 50-year design life. It is deteriorating. We're still functioning at it, but we need to be replacing it for the rest of this century and build in for the kinds of work that we anticipate doing over the next 80 years, as well as to address things like sea level rise and climate impacts. So this project, Seawater, is called the Complex for Waterfront Access to Exploration and Research. A plan view, this is what's there existing now. What's shaded in blue is the existing dock, and you can see that the building called Island, which was the one in the background on that photograph, is half on the dock. So once we have a dock project, we have a building project, and so that it really cascades into the notion of redeveloping our entire waterfront. When we're all done, which could be end of this decade-ish, we're going to have the new dock, and we're going to have a new series of buildings. The buildings, you might note, aren't going to be on the dock. They're going to be adjacent to it, and we'll be planning into the design our ability to respond to sea level rise. So this is sort of the vision for the end game, and we see this being done in a series of steps, a series of phases, and the first phase is the work on the dock, which is really the purpose of tonight's discussion. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike.
Thank you, Rob. Good evening, members of the board. For the record, my name is Eliza Cox. I'm an attorney at Latanzi, Spalding, and Landreth in Orleans. And I've been involved with this project for at least the last 5 years to assist during the permitting. I wanted to just take a moment following Rob's general overview of the project and before I introduce Dwight Dunk from Epsilon to walk through the technical aspects of the wetlands work that are within your jurisdiction. I just wanted to take a few moments to orient you as to what we're looking for and why we're here this evening. As was indicated in the public hearing notice, WHOI is seeking a wetlands special permit pursuant to section 240.14.8 of your zoning bylaw. The triggering requirement for this special permit is the reconstruction of the dock roughly within its existing footprint and a small amount of dredging that's proposed at the west berth. We respectfully suggest to the board that we think this project is eligible for the requested special permit. This project has been very thoroughly and thoughtfully planned and designed over a long period of time to minimize impacts to the wetland resources and also any environmental impacts to Great Harbor where it's located. It also includes appropriate mitigation for the impacts, which Dwight will highlight in just a moment. Before, though, I turn it over to Dwight, I just wanted to update the board regarding the permitting that's occurred to date for this project. So both the landside work and the waterside aspects of seawater have been thoroughly and extensively reviewed by numerous boards before we arrived here this evening, all of which have jurisdiction over different aspects of the project. To date, every permit that has been requested has been granted. This slide shows those permits. So at the federal level, you can see we received recently from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers a Section 404 Clean Water Act authorization. At the state level, we've received approval through the Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act, from Massachusetts DEP for Chapter 91 licenses and also water quality certification approval for the proposed dredging. At the town level, as was indicated in the introduction, this project undertook a very thorough review by the Town of Falmouth Conservation Commission, where the commission did hire a peer review to review our design, and as Mr. Johnson-Staub indicated, changes were made as a result of that review process. Ultimately, the Conservation Commission issued an order of conditions approving the wetlands aspects of the project. We've also received from the Planning Board site plan review and special permit approvals for mostly the land side aspects of the development. Here tonight, of course, for the wetlands special permit under the zoning bylaw, and as Rob mentioned, at the end of this month, we will be before the zoning board seeking a special permit for aspects of development within the floodplain. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Dwight, and then happy to answer any questions that you may have at the conclusion.
Okay, great. Just, my name is Dwight Dunk, a principal with Epsilon Associates in Maynard. And similar to Eliza, we've been working on this project for about 5 years with Hui, securing all the environmental approvals that were just identified. It has been a very thorough review process to date. And the work that's within the harbor, which in the Conservation Commission world, we call it land under the ocean. We have dredging at the West Berth, and that primarily is riprap and boulders that have sloughed off the boulders that were placed, the riprap that was placed 50 or so years ago, that is abuts the existing bulkhead. So it's to remove those boulders and some of the other debris. So it's about 420 cubic yards, 4,850 square feet of area that would be dredged. The bulkhead needs to be replaced. It was identified that there's been an order of conditions and an amendment to the order of conditions. The original order, the bulkhead was going to be replaced outboard of the existing bulkhead. Upon further review and evaluation by the design engineers, it was determined that the replacement bulkhead can be installed inboard or landward of the existing bulkhead. So some of the work and fill that had been approved by the Conservation Commission went back with an amended order, seeking an amended order to remove that fill. And then the bulkhead will be replaced in kind and in place. And overall, the project results in less fill in the harbor because some of the realignments of the bulkhead, there's a notch, a triangular notch that juts out into the channel that will be removed, and some of the realignment for the small vessel port. So we have, actually a reduction of fill that was historically placed in the harbor. We have a reduction in the number of piles because of the change in the design. And there is eelgrass on the east and west berth that we observed when we were doing our marine surveys. We worked closely with the Division of Marine Fisheries and the US EPA to develop an avoidance and mitigation plan for that eelgrass. Jumped ahead of myself a little bit. So we have the eelgrass. We also have time of year restrictions because of the winter flounder that use the area. We've worked with the Division of Marine Fisheries, and there's a time of year restriction. That means there's a period of time which no in-water work is allowed to avoid having sediment turbidity generated that could smother eggs. But one of the options that we can also do, because it's a large-scale project, is to install the silt containment devices outside of the time of year when there would not be any fish or egg masses in there. And then the work can occur inboard of that containment barrier. And, so that's the use of the silt curtains and the debris. So overall, I think the project results in like I said, less fill within the harbor, and we've received all the approvals and the mitigation plans that have been accepted by the state and federal agencies.
Ms. Goldstone?
Mr. Chair, excuse the interruption, but I'm going to recuse myself from discussion on this issue out of an abundance of caution regarding perception of conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for...
Mr.
Yes.
Chair, this is a special permit, so we actually need
Do you
4
need
out of
4?
5 votes.
That's a pickle.
Yeah, it certainly is. I was going to mention that I thought that that would be...
I wondered if that was going to be an issue.
Okay.
I'm going to try to get more on the phone, but I don't know if you want to take a 5-minute recess or take up another item.
Yeah, you know what, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We're going to try and contact the town council with respect to this. I'm personally not absolutely sure that Vice Chair Goldstone has to recuse herself, but that's her decision. But we will take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. As you can see, Vice Chair Goldstone has rejoined us, so I will turn it over to her for a second.
Thank you. And again, apologies for the interruption. My husband is an employee of Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. His employment is not related to ship-going operations. I recused myself out of, as I said, an abundance of caution of perception of conflict of interest. After consultation with Town Council, it was deemed that there is no actual conflict of interest, and my husband and I will both be filing the perception of conflict of interest paperwork following this meeting. With that, I hope we are able to proceed.
Well, yes, thank you, and thank you for your consideration and your thought about the issue. Council, do you want any more comments or?
That concludes our presentation, but if the board has any questions,
Yep.
we'd be happy.
Yeah, we'll see, Mr.
Chair,
Brown.
I just wanted to, could you ask folks to silence their cell phones, just because a lot of people came in
All
after
right, we had asked at the beginning if you would silence cell phones. If any of them are going on, please silence them. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I do have a question.
Yeah, please, Mr. Richardson.
Thank you. So you did mention ability to react to sea level rise, and I think the group that studies the ocean is probably equipped to that. But I was just wondering what does that look like if you know at this time? Not only sea level rise, but worsening storms as well. I am concerned with its proximity over the water. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So our plan is to initially, to be able to raise the level of the dock a total of 4 feet over the lifespan of this facility. And we would do it in stages based on the experience with sea level rise. So initially, 2.5 feet, and then as you experience sea level rise, an additional 1.5 feet. So we're going to be building it to allow us to be able to go in these series of steps. So that's the basic premise. And then when the buildings are built, they'll be built with an extra ceiling height so that in the future, when we add to the deck level, we still can do our functions with that higher deck.
So what do you think is the life expectancy of this? We dealt with 50 years and we're here in year 56. What do you see as the useful life of these improvements?
So from an engineering perspective, we're engineering it for an 80-year design life. And obviously, that will be somewhat dependent on the experience with sea level rise. If 4 feet turns out to be sooner than that, then we could have a shorter design life or service life. But we're designing it from an engineering perspective for 80 years. And one of the reasons is 50 years went pretty fast, and it's taken us almost 5 years to get to the point where we are right now, where we're getting close to be ready to do construction. Plus, the technology is much improved that allows these types of facilities to be built for longer time spans.
Okay, I just want to mention that I thought the mitigation attachment that you submitted was very helpful, and it's we expect that an organization such as Woods Hole would be aware of those things, and we would certainly appreciate it. Anyone else? Ms. Goldstone?
2 questions, if I might. The order of conditions from the Conservation Commission, as I read it, extends for 3 years. Will that be an issue with the construction time for the project?
No, it won't. We have worked with the Conservation Commission. The state law and the bylaw allows for extensions. The Conservation Commission does 1-year extensions. So we have discussed this with the Commission and the Natural Resource Department, that we will be seeking extensions to go forward to allow this work to proceed.
Out of curiosity, will we be seeing you back here for each of those extensions, or is that an administrative extension through the Conservation Commission?
Yeah, great question. So it's a little confusing. Your special permit falls under the zoning bylaw, which has different provisions as it relates to the validity of a permit. So the Conservation Commission permit requires you to complete construction within that period of time. Zoning permits require you to commence construction within that period of time, and then there's no end date on the zoning permit once you've commenced construction.
Excellent.
So our hope is that we wouldn't be coming back to you frequently for extensions of your permit.
Great. My second question is with regard to the green space that's built into the plan and how that will be, or if it will be accessible, or how that would be accessible to the public given security concerns when ships are in port.
So the green space that is shown on the drawing allows us to eliminate some green space on the other side. The ultimate goal is to have public access. But as I showed you, that sort of fully built-out drawing, that's sometime into the future. And so that will be time-dependent and sort of phase-dependent when that ultimately gets finished, that part of the project. We're still going to have a secure access, which is actually seaward of that, where that green space is shown. Okay. The whole green space idea is benefits from the new buildings and the opening up of that aperture between the community center and the new building area. So that's, a little bit down the road in terms of timing, but we still will have a secure location seaward of that.
So it's just
more or less,
it's a shift in where the gate is.
More or less where it
currently
is now, actually. Okay. That green space is actually on the shoreward side, where the parking lot is right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
So I'm curious about the work plan, the phase. Is it going to be a phased approach with the dock first and then the building? Or the one thing I'm getting at is, will you secure funding for the entire project before you do demolition? I'd hate to see you get halfway into something and have some rug pulled out from under you.
We were in line for some very significant federal funding up until about 6 weeks ago, and I think you can all sort of surmise what may have transpired that caused that to change. So I think we are looking at ways that we'll phase the project to make it so that we can afford it in each of the phases. So how I would have answered that 6 weeks ago and how I would answer that tonight are somewhat different. Right. We're not going to get ourselves into a position where we start construction without sufficient funding for what the particular goal is for that phase. So in all cases, we will be able to start and finish the phase that we start based on funding that we've gotten in hand. That's a hard criteria I've been given by the Board of Trustees. We have to have the money in hand before we can dig.
So it would be the dock first and then see about the building?
Yes, it is dock first, for sure. And if you've been around long enough that there was a time when we first looked at this project that we thought we would do the buildings first and then take the docks down, but that was well over $100 million project. And so we ratcheted it back to say, okay, we have to focus on the most urgent thing first, which is the dock, because the dock is the thing that is beyond its service life. And so we are in a dock-first approach.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Richardson?
As you see, we got about a quarter of the village of Woods Hole in this room tonight. There were concerns related to traffic related to a different issue, but I was wondering with the construction plan for this, will work be done in the off-season? I'm concerned if work is done in the summer season and the on-season, we're going to see issues like we are right now with a different project.
That was a setup. The plan is to do much of the work on the dock from sea, so bringing most of the material in, but we're certainly not going to be able to do everything without bringing equipment in by land. And so there'll be a certain amount of congestion associated with it. We haven't really developed the full construction plan, and because we're actually sort of refining exactly what we're going to do first. But we clearly have to have in mind the whole issue of traffic and how we will, and we've done a traffic study somewhere along the way, I can't remember what the exact details were, but looked at how we might do the construction process to mitigate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would be very helpful to have that type of a plan in place, and we'd appreciate that. Anyone else on the board? Anyone in the public have any questions or comments that they'd like to ask the applicant? Ms. Bumpus and then Ms. Lester.
So I'm Catherine Bumpus. I'm president of the Woodsville Community Association, and I'd like to thank Jack Richardson for his question because I've been following this project since the very beginning. I've spent a lot of time with Rob and Liza on it and others. We've seen changes. We've seen much more public access was offered in the beginning, and things have come about and things have changed. And I very much appreciate Rob's comments that most of the construction will happen from the water side. I hope the town continues to encourage them to do that as this project moves forward, because as you can see, a project that's off to the side of the village, which is causing a lot of problems, and doing something right in the middle is going to be even harder. So I understand better than most people their need for a new dock. I completely support it. But I do think there are going to be a lot of hurdles, and it will take a lot of good communication to keep it moving in the right direction.
Thank you. Ms. Lasker?
Can you hear me?
I think you have to come to the microphone, or we'll bring one to you for the FCTV.
Thank you so much. My name is Judy Laster. I'm a citizen of Woods Hole, and I also run the Woods Hole Film Festival. My office is also directly across the street from where this project is going to happen. So I very much support this project. I know it has to be done. I wish it could start now. I know they're anxious because it really, implicates the future of Hui, and it implicates the future of Woods Hole. But I would ask, I don't know if it needs to be in a permit, a special condition or something, but that a very detailed and well thought out traffic plan for during the construction period be attached to whatever permit is given, so that when we're all talking and things happen, we're not just relying on our memory, we have something to look at. And I think it would benefit the community to have that kind of planning happen, because that kind of planning should be required for projects of significant impact, regardless of what kind of project it is. So that's my request. I don't know if that can be attached to this.
Well, we'll discuss that, but thank you for your comment. Any other comments? Seeing none, then I'm going to have a motion to close the public hearing.
One more comment. Or can I comment after you close the public hearing? No, I can't. Can we add that to the traffic thing? Can we add that on this application, or would we wait for a further time?
My preference is, Peter, do you want to add?
Yeah, so I think a traffic requirement is probably more relevant in connection with the planning board special permit than a wetland special permit. I'm not sure it's really germane to a wetland special permit.
Thank you. Not a lawyer.
Yep. I think the applicant has heard us. I think they're certainly, their reputation and willingness to work within the community of Woods Hole is pretty evident over the years. So I am sure that they will develop such a plan and hopefully and mitigate any of the traffic issues. So I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Mr. Brown, second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, opposed, none. Okay, any further discussion amongst the board with respect to the application?
No further comment about it. It's something that needs to be done, and I think they've got everything in order.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just say I appreciate the amount of work with our Conservation Commission, with state officials to work out the mitigation plan and all the details of this, because it's a lot. So.
Okay, I agree. I commend them for a very good and thorough presentation. So, okay, we're ready for a motion. Is anyone prepared? Can someone make a motion with respect to the public hearing?
You have the motion?
I'll make a motion. How's that for once?
So nice.
That the board approve a special permit pursuant to section 240-14.8 of the zoning bylaw for its complex for waterfront access to exploration and research, seawater, project, which will require dredging and filling in connection with the replacement of the existing waterfront dock, construction of a new waterfront building, and associated site amenities at 86 Water Street, Woods Hole, in the waters of Great Harbor, consistent with the application filed here too.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
For your file, a copy of the presentation.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, the next order of business is to discuss concerns regarding traffic congestion and other public safety matters related to the Steamship Authority Terminal Construction Project. Mr. Johnson, stop. Would you like to tee us up here?
I would be happy to. So the board and the town manager's office have received a number of concerns from residents of Woods Hole about the traffic situation in connection with the construction at the Steamship Authority. The town has taken some actions to mitigate that. The Public Works Director retained a traffic consultant who made some recommendations which the town has implemented with respect to relocating some Jersey barriers. And the citizen group SMART also initiated funding for a police detail for the summer period to help to mitigate the traffic. Nevertheless, we continue to see some real challenges in the neighborhood with respect to the project and its impact on traffic. And we invited tonight the director, the executive director of the Steamship Authority to participate in a constructive dialogue about what further actions might be considered to help mitigate the traffic during the construction process.
Yeah, thank you. Just a little background. I think the board was considering, sending a letter to the Steamship Authority expressing those concerns that many of us have. And I suggested to Mr. Renshaw that he extend an invitation to Mr. Davis to come before us and speak with us rather than sending a letter and just letting it lie there. Mr. Davis graciously accepted the invitation to come here. We appreciate your being here this evening, Mr. Davis. I just want to preface it by, we've gotten a lot of emails, and I know there are a lot of people in the audience that are concerned with this particular issue that's on the agenda and many other issues. The discussion tonight is going to be limited solely to the traffic, parking, and safety issues resulting from the construction of the terminal. Nothing else is going to be discussed tonight. I'm also going to permit some public comment, but I'm going to request that public comment not be duplicative and that we don't have the people coming up and saying the same things. We've heard you. We know your concerns. That's why we're here tonight, to have a constructive dialogue with Mr. Davis and the authority to see if we can make some improvements going forward while the construction project is going forward. So with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Davis to come up to the podium along with your staff, introduce whoever you'd like to. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Should we consider taking K, I think, 530 vote as the second item in the world, as all the folks are here?
That's good. Take it after this one.
I think we're going to leave it as is. The letter's the letter.
Where are you?
Not the issue.
Do you see it? Oh, is it this? I'm trying to get to the folder.
I know.
There we go. Here, I'll let you watch it.
So again, thank you, Mr. Davis, for coming. I'm anticipating a discussion, by you and your staff. You know what we're concerned about, and we'll have opportunity as board members to ask some questions, get some response, and then we will allow some limited public comment, and we'll go from there.
Okay. First off, I'm Bob Davis. I'm the General Manager of the Steamship Authority, as most of you know. With us today is Peter Jeffrey, our board member from Falmouth, along with Mark Amundson, our COO, Allison Fletcher as our Director of Shoreside Operations, and Sean Driscoll as our Communications Director. So I want to thank the board, Select Board, for inviting us here tonight to discuss the concerns regarding traffic and safety matters at the Steamship Authority's Woods Hole Terminal. As you know, the reconstruction, or as you may know, the reconstruction of the Steamship Woods Hole Terminal began back in 2013 with the initial feasibility study. At the time, staff had identified that stopgap measures to address the physical condition of the facility was not prudent in the long run, and that a larger reconstruction project was necessary to address the vessel bursts. It all started with the vessel bursts. As a consequence, it was quickly determined that the existing terminal building would A, not withstand construction around it, and B, interfere with the slip alignment. In June 2014, following multiple public meetings and presentations, the then Falmouth board member, Catherine Norton, moved that Concept E be approved, and the board voted unanimously in favor of that. Concept E, with some approved modifications along the way, is essentially the project that you see now. With that being said, what we're here today is to discuss the traffic and the safety. And it's been a situation since physical construction began in late 2016. The safety of our patrons, employees, and visitors has always been a priority. While we're able to cordon off the construction zones for the slip reconstruction in the earlier phases, doing so during the terminal building reconstruction presents its own unique challenges. While the contractor has a defined limit of work zone, that zone is in the middle of the terminal property. To adjust our operations to create a safer environment, the Steamship Authority has, where's the arrow? There we go. We worked on repainting crosswalks and defining new crosswalks at our property. We created a new designated pickup and drop-off area for people in rideshare and the like. That's behind the temporary terminal building. We extended the pedestrian safety zone that's in front of the temporary terminal. We segregated the bike path on the Steamship Authority property by installing Jersey barriers to minimize the conflict between pedestrians and cyclists in motor vehicles coming from the back lot. We added a golf cart to be able to move mobility challenged patrons around. We're currently limiting the intercity buses, Peter Pan and P&B, to only one bus on the property at a time. We assigned a designated location for the CCRTA bus on steamship property. There's been occasions where we've been able to use the back booth, and that gets 5 or 6 more vehicles off Calgary. And we have a planned repositioning of the entrance booth that will allow our buses to be able to go around it without interference with the construction fencing that's there. We've been adding additional directional wayfinding. We've added a number of police details, both state police, environmental police, and the town of Falmouth. We've been ramping up our customer communications. So weekly e-newses are sent out advising of no standby, it's reservations only. And this was something that we did back in the fall. We went to a reservations only in anticipation of, with the construction zone where it is, to do reservations only, no standby. Our reservation confirmations have been modified to include more detailed arrival information. Emails are being sent the prior day, shortly after noon, to vehicle reservations, reminding the customers of the arrival times and that there's no standby. That's approximately $2,000 sent each day. The variable message sign that we have on Route 28 and MacArthur Boulevard is changed to have a message that no ferry parking in Woods Hole. And the sign at Palmer Ave lot is indicating no ferry parking in Woods Hole. So another issue that I didn't put on the slide here is that we do have on our website, on the front, on the homepage, a banner that reads "No parking is available on site in Woods Hole Terminal." So Again, I want to emphasize that the safety is a top priority for everyone at the Steamship Authority. The terminal is currently a construction zone, as many transportation facilities often are, but it is a temporary condition. By this time next year, we expect the new terminal to be open and operational. While the other site work will follow, most of today's concerns should be addressed once that construction is over with. So with that, be happy to answer any questions.
Before we do, though, I'm just going to ask Sergeant Oliver if you would just come up and give a little bit of an update on the police details down there and how that's working, and then we'll open it up to some questions from the board members.
Good evening, Sergeant Oliver with the Falmouth Police Department. I'm head of the traffic group, and we have started using some of the embarkment fees for details down in Woods Hole. We've been having 2 to 4 officers a day down there helping with moving along traffic along Luscombe, Water Street, Railroad Ave, and Crane. Officers have been down there trying to keep the loading zones clear and also keeping traffic flowing in the manner that it needs to. A big issue they've been running into is a lot of the ride share dropping off, taking up the loading zones. So it's a constant battle between trying to allow for people to get dropped off to make the boats they need to and keeping traffic flowing. They've been doing a pretty good job with that, I feel. There have been quite a few tickets issued for people that just blatantly will not move when we tell them to. So they're working in a good direction. We're hoping that, I actually spoke with the steamship just before the meeting about some technology they could possibly use to help move their line along faster. So I'm going to bring them next door after this meeting and show them some of the handhelds that our parking attendants use, hoping that will help speed up their processes.
And what are the hours of the detail, Sergeant?
So the chief actually gave kind of a wide range. He's allowing them to start at 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., depending on what the officer wants to do. The 5 a.m. ones would be more to be down there during truck enforcement and for the freight boats and everything like that, to watch for idling and for people parking before the meters kick on that are using handicap placards that shouldn't be. They're starting between 5 and 8, and then there's another one that starts between 12 and 3. So, and they're an 8-hour detail.
Thank you. Okay, I'll open it up. Mr. Reed, do you have any questions? Or Mr. Brown, whoever wants to go first?
Well, I have a couple. So, Mr. Davis, I seem to recall that there was a discussion about staging at Palmer Avenue during the construction time. Has any of that planning materialized? Am I right about that? Was that something that was offered as a solution?
Yeah, so that was something that we were looking at as a possibility. We were also looking at it in the event of a storm on where to be staging the customers that have been displaced by cancellations. Right now, we're actually looking at, because of the use of the Palmer Ave parking lot for parking, we were considering whether it would be out at our Catomet lot that we lease out there or not. It depends upon the severity of the storm and the number of cancellations that we would have. We want to keep that as flexible as possible.
And then also I remember Mr. Malkin at one of your meetings said that during the height of summer that construction on the exterior phases would be halted and you would just work on the inside. Was that just a thought, or I thought that was the plan?
No, so for the other phases of the project, we did limit the work to being the off-season from September 15th to May 15th, or roughly in that time frame. In order to try to minimize and accelerate the terminal building, because the shell of the buildings were going to be done before the summer season, we were going to allow the contractor to continue work inside the building on the basis that there'd be no large pieces of equipment coming and going. And so they do continue. They do have electricians, plumbers working on the utility building, which is on the south side of the property. The stone exterior on that, I believe, at this point is completed. They're working on the metal siding that goes on that building. That building will be done by the end of the year. will be able to occupy that building. So the work that's being done right now in the terminal building, which is in the middle of the property, they're limited to the work being inside the construction fencing. And whether we had them working or not, that construction fencing was going to stay there. And so we're able to accelerate the overall timeline on the completion of this significantly by allowing them to continue to work through the summer.
Do you see any opportunity to implement that staging plan where you could park more people at the Catawmet lot and then have more opportunity to stage people so they can go directly down and into the boat rather than waiting in line and try to get into the ticket office?
Yeah. So the issue with the staging, and one of the things that our terminal people report, and Allison can, as a former agent down there, can attest, is that there's a significant amount of people that, regardless of the highway signs that we have out there or the sign at Palmer Ave on where to be parking, people ignore that. They want to come down, they want to see if they can get parking. So there's a significant amount of people that come down to the terminal just to park, and we have to turn them away. And we keep trying to, what can we do to try to eliminate that? Our website, our mobile website, signage on the highway, signage there. We're looking into whether we can get additional permits to put some additional variable message signs up on MacArthur Boulevard as well, to try to get get that message across to people that there is no parking in Woods Hole for steamship authority operations. The sign says no ferry parking, and so we're hoping that C Street and Island Queen and Highline don't come down and try to park, but it is for our customers. So,
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah. Are you done, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So,
yes.
Follow up off that. First, thank you all for being here. You have a job perhaps with more public perception perhaps than most politicians, so I applaud you for taking up your work. That being said, based on that comment, do you think that the issues with traffic are more due to people looking for parking in Woods Hole and not responding to your requests? Is that what you believe is the issue?
that's an element of it. It's not the only element. We are looking at the construction zone, whether we're doing work or not, that would have stayed in place. The agent, the terminal manager, have looked at that, and they have the same amount of staging area that they previously had before that building was in place, because we were able to move some of the other areas that we had designated for passengers next to the temporary terminal building. So the parking is one issue. We're also looking at our schedules and the arrival times of a couple of our vessels. They're 20 minutes apart from one another. We feel that they may be causing a problem, so we're looking at the sailing times to determine whether we could move one of the sailings by even 5 minutes. That may be, provide some relief as well. So we're looking at that, but we have to look at what does that do in terms of harbor crossings and what happens there. So with the 4 vessels that we have running right now, we may be able to do that, but we still haven't vetted that fully.
Good for now.
Yeah, I guess, first question, I'm still back on the construction, because I would swear that I've seen multiple times construction-only interior during the summer in order to alleviate congestion on the site. Why is it not possible to do that, to keep the construction interior for the next 6 weeks as we get through this peak season?
Yeah, at this point, the construction is limited to inside the buildings, or they were actually just finishing up the roof, but it's within the construction zone that we have designated.
I mean, I will mention that there have been reports that, notwithstanding that there has been construction that was going on the exterior, but we'll take your assurance that that's not going to be the case going forward. During the peak season or the rest of the season?
Yeah, there was some, for instance, on the utility building, they were installing the windows on the second floor of that building. But that, again, was within the confines of the construction zone that we had worked out with the contractor beforehand.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Do you have any sense of how many ride shares are coming through and utilizing, it looked like 2 or 3 drop-off spots?
There's 4 drop-off spots plus 2 handicapped accessible spots behind. I'm not sure, Allison, as a former agent, may have a better sense as to, and it all depends, obviously, whether it's the commuter boat trip coming back in the evening, but.
There's quite a few that utilize the ride share, but there's also, the ride shares will just come down, and I don't want to use the word loitering, but they'll sit around without having customers, hoping that someone coming off the boat will go, oh, I need my Uber, I need my Lyft, go in, they'll see that their pickup could be right there in 2 minutes, and they grab them that way. So we do have a lot that are in the area that are constantly just driving around hoping to pick up somebody, not the ones that actually have someone already picking up. So those actually, the ones that don't already have customers are actually causing more of an issue for the ones that do have customers, because then they can't do their proper pickup, so.
Yeah, I guess with transportation to get folks from the parking lot down to Woods Hole by the shuttles, I'm wondering how necessary it is to have ride shares dropping people off as well, and that additional traffic. I've also noted more than once people doing their own ride shares, if you will, in the road, and I don't know how that's handled inside the parking lot if people are coming to drop off.
I was down there earlier today, actually, down in Woods Hole, and there was a couple gentlemen down there that had their iPads, and they were sitting there, and they were organizing ride shares for people. They had other cars in the area just circling around, and then when someone needed it, they'd call their friend in to come pick up and go from there. And I'm sure that's not really helping out with the traffic in Woods Hole either, so.
If I may, have you tried to engage with the ride shares to try to develop some type of a program that would minimize the effects? I mean, you know, the Steamship Authority benefits certainly from the ride share opportunities for its passengers.
Right.
And, you know, I do think there's some responsibility on the part of the authority to help alleviate this problem. So I'm just curious if there's been any outreach to the rideshare operators about the problem. And, you know, early on at Logan, you know, when this whole rideshare thing started, you know, they started talking immediately with central location, figuring it out and so forth. So just wondering what you think.
Our agents on duty, they do work fairly well with the rideshare, especially the ones that have prearranged pickups and drop-offs. It's the ones that are down there trying to find that last-minute pickup drop-off that seems to be the ones causing some of the congestion on the property. And we've tried speaking with some of them. Unfortunately, it's not always the same individuals, and it's not like you're dealing with a taxi company where you have that one central dispatch that can deal with everybody. It's kind of a freelance, on-your-own thing. But, you know, they have been working with them as much as they can, and for the most part, they've been slightly receptive towards it, so. And I do actually have a comment, customer feedback from one of them, so I'm gonna be getting back to you probably tomorrow, so.
Thank you. I mean, is it fair to say that you understand that the Steamship Authority has a certain responsibility with respect to this rideshare issue and the traffic and the congestion?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Reed?
More comments than questions. Again, I'd like to echo Jack's, Mr. Richardson's thanks for you coming out here. I think fostering better communications is absolutely necessary, especially given the sensitivities involved on both sides. You being here is a good first step. I think we need a continued emphasis on that and commitment to that from the Steamship Authority. We receive hundreds of emails from citizens, but not so much from you. So I think it would be helpful for us to have a renewed commitment and have you have regular communications and better communications. You outlined nice ones here. I think a step up for the community would be great. A joint traffic flow study might be helpful here beyond what we've already done. And then I'd like to piggyback on the ride share. Airports have figured it out. I don't know if it's in your long-term planning, but ride shares aren't going away. 4 parking spots probably are not enough. I think in your long-term plans, we're gonna have to have some kind of holding lot for parking within your confines. where we can get these people off of the road. Given the fact that my office is on Water Street, I'm seeing these folks just plug up an already plugged up area because they don't know the area. They don't know how to get through the pie in the sky area. They don't know how to properly do a three-point turn to turn around where legal. So I would emphasize figuring out a rideshare opportunity. And since we're only talking about traffic and parking, we'll leave the other questions there. But Jack?
So if I may, in the final rendition of the terminal, it's not going to be after the terminal building. It's going to be, there's one more phase that comes after, in which we are going to be installing a bike parking area for close to 200 bikes. And then working on the corner over by Slip 3 on the northern portion of the property. But as part of that, I want to say there's 15 or 16 pickup and drop-off locations in the final design. So this is a temporary condition right now that we're limited to the 4 plus the 2 handicap ones. In the final design, it's somewhere in the 15 or 16 spots that we have.
Are those in the back of the terminal where they are currently? It's going to be expanded back there?
So there's going to be a combination. There's some that are going to be on the south side of the staging area. That will be there's 6 or 7 there. And then on the north side, adjacent to the bike parking area, there's 7 or 8 spots there that we have designated for pickup and drop-off.
Just lift the mic just a little bit, just in case I'm not sure how it's getting through at FCTV.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Mr.
Richardson.
Thank you. We're not here to discuss, and we will not discuss the 530 freight, but I've just looked at a video of multiple trucks passing a stopped school bus before the 530 freight trying to make it. I've received from multiple people serious concerns about the speed of some of these vehicles entering the village earlier in the morning. What steps are you looking to take to mitigate that portion of the problem?
Well, again, this is a little off track, but we do, any vehicles, any customers that have a reservation for that 5:30 trip, I sent a notice as to the arrival time. As part of that, it's requesting that they adhere to all traffic laws, and I fully encourage Falmouth Police or the state police to, cite those individuals, because that's not acceptable, and I'll leave it at that.
We will be discussing later this evening a letter with respect to the 5:30 ferry. You're free to stay around for that discussion. I'm going to ask Mr. McConerty. I know that there has been a suggestion with moving some of the Jersey barriers possibly to alleviate some of the problems. Would you, just want to spend a moment or two and, tell us what your analysis shows with respect to that, Peter? And maybe it's something that the authority will consider.
Peter McConerty, Director of Public Works. Yes, as was noted earlier, that we had a traffic study done by a consulting company, and what we did is we reestablished the intersection of Luscombe and Railroad Ave with the Jersey barriers. I do believe that one of the barriers up where the bike path opening was moved once or twice, but they were put back into place. So our intention is to leave that the way it is. It does keep the flow on Luscombe and Railroad to flow better and well. We have noticed, and I think the police can confirm, is that there are a lot of Ubers that still park on that corner. And I think that the police push them along when they see them. It's just it's a busy area with the one-way of Luscombe and a one-way of Railroad. It's a busy area with the parked vehicles, the automotive place, and the restaurants. It's just very busy in that area. So we intend to keep those Jersey barriers up.
I know that Mr. Renshaw had mentioned possibly moving them 2 feet onto asking the authority to allow them to be moved 2 feet on to give some more access for bike and pedestrians?
Yeah, I apologize. I was talking about the Jersey barriers on Luscombe and Railroad.
I wasn't clear in what I was asking.
Yeah, the Jersey barriers that are on steamship property, a bike path, a typical shared use path is minimum 10 feet wide. And that allows for 5 feet in each direction for bicyclists and pedestrians, rollerbladers to pass each other. Down there, we've taken some measurements of the area, and it was 7 to 8 feet. So if those barriers could be moved further south 2 feet to put the edge of the barriers that are on the bike path opening to the yellow line is basically 4 feet. Instead of putting the back edge of the barrier on the yellow line, if they can put the front edge of the barrier on the yellow line, that would allow for 10 feet. And I do believe that there's area down there to be able to have the vehicles bypass that other area. I believe that there's Jersey barriers down by one of the construction trailers that might need to be shifted over 2 feet if that moves over. But a typical shared use path is 10 feet. And typical of our bike path, it's 10 feet. In some areas it gets wider, but minimum is 10 feet.
Okay,
As a
thank you.
design
And,
standard.
you know, we certainly appreciate the authority considering that as a possible remedy for the bike and pedestrian people. Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Richardson?
I have one more comment. I think it would go a long way for the community, just an acknowledgement that to some degree the construction in this season has had an impact on the traffic. I think that would go a long way with the community. Would you be willing to make that acknowledgement?
I think in terms of the construction, yes, we've had to adapt our method of operations on the terminal. And there's a learning curve. I think we're getting better at that and keeping it moving. If I just may, in terms of those Jersey barriers out on the corner on Railroad Ave, I think the ones that were moved was because our buses actually hit them and moved them, and then our people used a forklift to try to put them back into place. So, and then as for the Jersey barriers along the bike path, I believe the lease, I'll have to go back and look, but the lease for the back lot required it to be an 8-foot path, not a 10-foot. So we'll have to look at that.
All right. Well, we'd appreciate you considering it. Thank you. Okay, if there's no more comments from members of the board, as I said before, I'm going to have public comment. It's going to be limited to 3 minutes per person, and I'm going to request that you honor our request that the comments not be duplicative and that they be specifically related to the construction project and the concomitant impacts on parking and traffic in Woods Hole. So I know there are a number of people who probably want to speak, so.
Queue up at the middle mic, maybe?
Yeah, if you want to queue up at the middle mic, and sir, you had your hand up first, so go ahead.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. I'm happy that you're here because it's the first time we've actually had an open discussion where you've responded to questions. Anyway, I'd like to point out that you've made contradictory statements to Doug Brown.
Could you identify yourself?
My apologies. Damian Kuffler, Woods Hole.
Okay.
Been a resident here since '47, long before the Steamship Authority had an enabling act. In response to Doug Brown's question, you said contradictory. There would be no construction outside the building, but then you converted it to no construction outside of the construction site, which is the fence. Those are two entirely different and contradictory statements. You have a crane inside the fence working on the roof, but is that inside the building? No, it's inside your chain link fence. That's not the same thing. Entirely different. If you remove the fence, which you could do, you'd have much more space. The other is you started by a rosy picture of how much excellent work you've been doing, such as putting up the sign which says no ferry parking in Woods Hole, Steamship Authority. However, that sign only changed yesterday. All of your opening statements sound like you've been working on this for decades. However, all of the actions have been really taken only very recently. You talked about a learning curve. Your learning curve with the traffic seems to be almost flat. You're just now getting around to figuring out how to deal with this. So where's the learning curve? We're facing this massive problems. Went through the site the other day. It was chaotic. There is no, you might have put down yellow lines, but there's still chaos there, still danger. I'm not impressed by the actions they've taken. They're all too little, all too late, and they indicate that there's been no forethought in how this project was going to be done. And with a $100 million project, you'd expect much more to have been done. You just referred to, you'd preferred 8 foot, but we just heard that appropriately should be 10 feet. Your persuasion seems to be contradictory to helping the community solve its problem. And unless you have good access to and from the Uber or parking lot, having X number of slots will not help. When they have to drive in, back out, it's going to be a slow and chaotic process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think what Mr. Davis said was that the current agreement required an 8-foot path, not a 10-foot path, but that they will consider possibly making some changes to that. But thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. You?
All right. Thank you. And thank you for letting me speak. Becky Lash, resident of Woods Hole since 1977, summer kid before that, and teacher at the Children's School of Science in Woods Hole since 1977. And my big concern, I mean, they're huge concerns, village-wide, town-wide, but mine that I'm going to speak about has to do with safety. We have children from the ages of 7 to 16, and we run classes for 6 weeks from 8:30 in the morning until 4:30 in the afternoon. Ever since forever, our classes have visited Juniper Point with buckets, nets, binoculars, sieves, all kinds of things. We've gone out to the airplane house, to the Meigs Beach, Crane, Toad Rock, Vine Pond, and our latest absolute favorite collecting spot is at right next to the Coast Guard, and it's a town beach. It's town property. It's a very small beach. There's a little floating dock out there, and lots of awesome marine life there. So to get there from our school, I've asked the teachers to stick with the crosswalks, which is always a good idea anyway. So to get there, they cross a crosswalk here, and then a crosswalk there, and then a crosswalk there, and another one there, and then another one there. And they're walking through that really, really incredibly dangerous, congested area. Now, we've been doing this maybe since 1913, and it is feeling quite dangerous, not safe. And yet these are some of the only great field trip sites within walking distance that we can still visit, with various changes that have happened in Woods Hole with construction and private property. And we had an incident last week where one of the classes, 7, 8-year-olds, little kids, nets, buckets, teacher, 2 teenage assistants getting over there to go to Coast Guard dock. They call it Coast Guard dock, even though it's a town dock. And there were a couple gigantic trucks trying to make some kind of strange turn because they obviously couldn't figure out how to get to where they needed to be. Big trucks. The kids said, really big trucks. And so there were 2 of them, and they were trying to get past each other and trying to turn and get out or something. And all of this was happening where the kids were, right by the Coast Guard
You're
dock.
going to need to, ma'am, I'm sorry, but your 3 minutes up.
Okay,
You're going to have
thank
to
you.
Conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I just want to remind
Anyone who is recording this session, I believe someone in the back maybe, can you please identify yourself so that we're aware of who's recording the program?
Hi, yes, my name is Eric Hines. I'm a Woods Hole resident in the summer, and I was just recording this. I'm a member of the board of the Children's School of Science. How many people here know about the Children's School of Science? How many people here love the Children's School of Science?
I'm sure we all do.
It's very important. And so I want to use my time to continue what Becky Lash was talking about for the children. This is something that has come to our attention this summer.
Okay, this is related to the construction project and only the construction project. We're not talking about other issues that have been going on in Woods Hole with respect to the authority for years. I will say that...
Right now we're talking about, well, Becky ran out of time, and she was talking about the trucks that were parked on Juniper Point, and she was making the point about the unsafe incident that happened. And we've had children taking walking tours of Woods Hole for 112 years, and this is the first summer that teachers and assistants have come to us, to the board, saying that it doesn't feel safe to be walking around the town. And so we are coming to you and asking not only that you think about what's going on in the SAA property, but that you think about all of the overflow traffic that's happening on Juniper Point specifically and on School Street. And I'm here to make the point that this is directly affecting the children that Becky was talking about, and I just want to put an emphasis on that. Thank you.
I can assure you that we're aware of the issue, we're aware of the concerns. We've spoken among ourselves about possibly having a meeting down in Woods Hole to hear some more of these issues that are long-standing with respect to the community. But tonight is not the night to have that discussion. So,
this is a question about safety related to the construction of the terminal,
understood.
so it is time to have this discussion right
Absolutely.
now. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. This gentleman over here, please. He's been waiting.
Yeah. I deal with Woods Hole every day. My name's Adam Meehan, and I own Falmouth Taxi. And it's been a company in Falmouth since, 1943? So I do have an issue with your 4 parking spots in the back. I get more calls than that from each boat a day. I can't even get to the back of your ticket office. The line to go over the bridge to get to the back, not happening. The Ubers are crowding down there because the simple reason is the only way they get a ride is if they're the closest one. That's how Uber works. It's an app. Whatever car is the closest to where that person is looking for a ride, that's how they get it. That's why they're going to be sitting there. That's why they're going to be walking around. That's why they got an eye patch trying to stand as close to your boat as they can. It's ridiculous. I mean, I have accounts with Martha's Vineyard VA, Council on Aging, this and that. I have nowhere to park. Josh Oliver, the officers down there got to do their job. I get it. I'm not following it as much as I can because I'm not going to drop off an 80-year-old woman at the top of a hill and tell her to walk. I prefer he write me a ticket. I'll fight it in court and waste the court's time too. But it's ridiculous. Your barriers you have here, you showed in your picture your nice crosswalk. You didn't show how those barriers went all the way there. Where you have your bikes right now, what happened to the 7 feet to the right when you guys first built your dock that was my cab stand for 60, 70 years? Did you guys give them the land? Because where those barriers are, if you move over 7 feet, that was a cab stand in this town. Let's see, I've been at Falmouth Taxi 30 years. I've owned it 7. Disappeared when you built your new dock. Where is it? Simple fact is it's not safe. I pick up veterans that are missing limbs, people with disability, and seniors who can't even make it to your back parking lot. I have not seen your cart. Ask anybody for a ride. Sorry, it's not happening. But I can't even get to the back of your building. So where do I pick people up? Pie in the sky. Yeah, I'm part of the problem. Sorry, folks, clogging up your street a little bit. Because you guys don't give me access anywhere. You guys blame the police. The police tell the town. I've been to you twice. Didn't hear back from you. So you're just as responsible, right? Been in your office twice, we talked once. To you. So simple as, this isn't a solution. You guys haven't come up with anything for safety. But if you're telling me in a 80-something degree heat with humidity, an 89-year-old woman should have to make it all the way from the boat to a parking lot, and if those 4 spaces are filled up, how far back does it go? It keeps going a ways, doesn't it? Correct?
In the
Yeah, in the
pickup and
back
drop-off
parking
area,
lot,
yeah.
if I have to stage up back there, it can go back a ways, right?
It's only for permit holders to park in the back.
I need a better solution. I am actually not an Uber or a rideshare. I'm a licensed company in the town of Falmouth. I paid fees to the town to have a license. I pay for my meters to be done. I have my drivers go to the police station every year to get federally fingerprinted, a law you guys made in this town. I need help from you. I asked you if, like on Main Street, we have at Peg Noonan Park, is a cab stand and a commercial loading zone, right there next to the lead side. I just want a sign for a little while so I can safely pick up seniors and veterans and disabled people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, please identify yourself.
My name is Suzanne Kuffler. I'm a longtime resident, or came to Woods Hole for many years, and now I'm a resident of Woods Hole. I have a message from the Steamship Authority Citizens Action Group on the Vineyard. They have more than 130 members, and they have written some comments, but I'm going to paraphrase them in order to meet your request to just talk about safety.
Thank you.
Okay. So that makes my comment very short, but they support.
So this is a group on the Vineyard?
Yes, and
Okay.
it's reasonably new, and we're,
Yep.
it's
Just heard about it the other day myself, so. well,
okay. We're very happy to have allies that are using the ferry on a regular basis and have come to understand over time what the impact of the ferry service is on the community. And they mentioned trying to solve the problems, which we've been talking about for quite a while. And expanded hours would not be a solution that would work to mitigate the safety issues or the congestion. We'd like the steamship to find ways that work well for both the Woods Hole Falmouth community. People even as far as Bourne need your assistance in stopping the congestion and the problems, which will also be there after the construction. But in any case, we do have their support, and we talk to them, and if you want to talk to them further, I'm sure they'd be happy to.
Certainly appreciate the support of the people on the Vineyard with respect to the issues that we're facing here in Woods Hole, so thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to take 3 more comments. And
my name's Mary Musakia. I live at 12 Wilson Road. That's where I have my home. And I have been here before to address this board, but I wanted to start off by saying and reminding everybody, historically, the Enabling Act is for the necessities, adequate transportation and necessities for the island. And we've gone far beyond that. The construction exacerbates every problem that is going on in Woods Hole. So the traffic, it's not just parking, it's not just people circling, which they shouldn't have to do. It's not merely the 4 spots that have been put behind a building that every time I go, which is about twice a day, they're empty, they're not used heavily. Why? Because anybody who wants to use them for dropping off or picking up isn't going to sit in the line all the way back to Little Harbor while they're waiting to get in there. So they're just going to whirl, get into town and circle. So a lot of the things that you're doing, while I can appreciate that you think they're helping, they're not. They're not making any difference whatsoever. The sign out on Highway 28, I came down from Sandwich 3 days ago. That sign is way out on 28, which is good, but there needs to be another sign and another sign because you're looking to modify behaviors. And there needs to be not little signs that are 3 by 3 or 2 by 2. And this Palmer Avenue sign needs to be a big sign that really says, stop, go no further, no parking for a ferry in Woods Hole. And so the steps that are being taken aren't really solving the issue that is happening in Woods Hole, partly because of the construction. But really, let's talk about the obvious. Woods Hole is a small physical space. There is no more room. And yet, we have been expanding ferry service for decades now. And I've been coming since 1952, so I've been around a little bit of the block. And that's the problem. You can't keep trying to put this many people, this many cars in this space. And construction is just exacerbated and put a bright light on what's going on. And this board, when I begin to think about the safety issues, because it's traffic and safety that we're talking about tonight, those children on the bike path, my grandchildren wishing to cross right there at Luscombe Railroad, that is a disaster waiting to happen, and everybody in this room knows that. And so therefore, everybody with authority has a responsibility and a potential liability if something happens to that intersection, because it is known. And narrowing the bike path when everybody knows they need to be wider so bikes can go in two directions, that's a safety hazard that was created for all the pedestrians and the bicyclists trying to come in or leave Woods Hole on that path, children and adults alike. So again, I appreciate that you're trying to do things, but this is really a day late and a dollar short on everything that should be being considered here in Woods Hole. We have so much going on, so I'll wrap it up, but these are things that you all have a responsibility to this community. You said safety was #1 for your employees and your visitors. I note that the community was not involved in that statement. The community isn't your safety interest, and you've exhibited that for decades now, that the community is not your concern. You'll say it is, and I know you will, but it's not, because your behaviors speak louder than your words. Thank you very much.
We're going to take two more comments, and then we're going to just conclude. So,
okay,
please
Donna
identify
Hammers,
yourself.
Woods Hole Road. Thanks for being here, everybody. I took a ride on the ferry boat the other day to Martha's Vineyard, and it was a wonderful experience. But I am very concerned as an employee of the French Bakery. I ride my bike along the bike path, and it is so narrow, and it's a curve, and you're trying to get on the bike path or come off the bike path, and other people are coming on, you crash into each other. There's pedestrians coming from the ticket booth that are trying to decide if should they go to Pie in the Sky or go to the French Bakery, and we're crashing into them. And then where we have to bring our bikes to park our bikes, we have to go into the road because there's no ramp on the sidewalk. And then we have to fight our way through the traffic and the buses and the shuttles and the pedestrians and the barriers, and then find this little narrow entrance into the place where the bike place is. So it's very dangerous and confusing, and I am a music teacher in the village, and I really care about the children, and I have witnessed elders trying to get to the boat and barely being able to walk, and I actually came right out of the bakery and helped a lady and went into the ticket booth and got a wheelchair for her. It's just really concerning. Customers come in and call it Death Alley. So I hope that we can all make better improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. One more comment?
Judy Laster from Woods Hole. I'm here both on my personal behalf and the Woods Hole Film Festival. So I'm not going to repeat comments that other people made, and I sent you earlier today
You're
some
part of the
comments.
record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But I do want to point out that this board has the authority, and I hope that you will use it, to request and require the Steamship Authority to give you proper planning, to give you a safety plan that actually works on behalf of the community that we live in. They may not have the capacity to do the type of planning that we want. Therefore, it's incumbent upon us to tell them what we expect and what we require. And that plan needs to include everything on the site, but also the impact of what's happening on the site of the community immediately around it, but the greater town of Woods Hole, of Falmouth as well. The other thing is, you know, as somebody who has a business on Water Street in Woods Hole, we are greatly affected not just by the safety issues that happen on the site, but the perception that Woods Hole is a difficult place to come to because of the traffic problems that they've created, and that nothing is really happening except when the police are there to solve that. We are a small nonprofit. The Woods Hole Film Festival starts not this Friday, but a week from Friday. If people think they can't come to Woods Hole, that puts us out of business. All the businesses on Water Street, I know, and not just Water Street, in the village experience the same deficit due to the lack of planning, foresight, and care about those of us who live and work here. So I'm here to request that you as a select board continue this conversation, demand to see proper planning, demand within a very short period of time to have something implementable that can solve this problem right now. We can't afford to wait for their construction. It's our time that matters, not theirs. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Davis, do you have any concluding remarks at this point? We appreciate your being here. You've heard the community. I'm sure you've heard them, and hopefully this is the start of that constructive dialogue that we do want to have. My understanding before my time that the general manager did come along with the representative, the Falmouth representative, and speak to the board on a regular basis. I hope that your successor, once he or she is in place, will make that a regular course of business, because I think we can certainly make some progress if we have a constructive dialogue and listen to the community and try to make some improvements. So, but thank you for being here. We appreciate your time, and if you have any further comments, otherwise we'll conclude.
Thank you
this
for
work.
inviting us.
Mr. Chair, I would like to have one more chance before we close.
Well, then, go ahead.
Okay. So, Mr. Davis, given some of the comments about the construction zone and the cranes and all, do you see any opportunity to make that area smaller and improve your staging, improve your rideshare access? Anything that you're taking away from this meeting that you feel like can be implemented right away?
So the construction zone itself, even if the fence was pulled back, there would be needing paving, and they're still doing the underground utilities and things like that. So I don't think that's necessarily an option that we have in the next couple of weeks. We'd be happy to work with the town in terms of pickup and drop-off area. There used to be a spot on Luscombe Ave that we had allowed for that to occur on our property, but with the barriers, so.
Not you, I just didn't want discussion out there. Please go ahead.
But we'd be happy to work with the town on that if they feel that that's a better situation instead of having them circling around.
Well, I'm just, thinking back to the comments that we heard from Mr. Malkin about curtailing construction during the summer. That's what we were anticipating. And so now we're not seeing that, and we're getting to the crisis point here, right in the middle of summer. These businesses are going to be suffering, and we're looking for some relief. I just wonder, can you get creative? Can you come back to us with some things that are going to change?
In terms of the whole construction schedule, again, it's something we'll look at again, but I don't, at this point, I don't see that there'd be what the benefit would be, whether it'd be a noticeable benefit at all, other than prolonging the construction period into the fall of 2026 instead of the finishing up in May of 2026.
So I'm not asking you to stop everything. I'm just saying that if you can think of some creative ways to improve flow. I mean, the traffic flow is the worst it's ever been this year. And it's not just a coincidence that the construction's going on now. It's just, there's got to be some relief that you can come up with. There's got to be some creative solution. I know you want to continue construction, but can you modify the site somehow to improve the flow? I'm just looking for some kind of suggestion what you've got here tonight.
Again, anything that, we've been trying to, adapt, as I said earlier. We had in anticipation of this, we wanted to go to a reservation only to try to minimize the number of vehicles coming down at any given point in time, trying to get into standby, to get on an earlier boat. In the past, we've only had that on reservation only on weekends. It's now, at this point, it's 365 days a year. But continue trying to get the messaging out in terms of, where to be going for parking and, again, I know the terminal manager works with the construction company to make sure that, they're keeping, out of the operations end of it as much as possible. I don't know whether we can continue to try to work a little bit closer with them in terms of assisting that, but.
And is that pushing those barriers back to create that ride share maybe on the side of Luscombe? Would that be something that would be a creative help, or the taxi? No? Is relevant? Yeah, can this relevant?
Yeah, sure, Sergeant.
You can use the middle mic if you want.
You can use the steps though, it's the winter weight's still on. So as far as the Jersey barriers go where the parking used to be for the cab stand, it worked when you had people that actually parked down there civilly and parked normal. The issue is with the rideshare programs, they started stacking in and parking, backing into it to fit more cars in there for the ride shares. This then in turn put the vehicles out into the roadway, causing an unsafe condition for the vehicles that were trying to travel around that corner. The only feasible way that I see that we could do that is where they have the bike parking now. The old taxi stand used to actually run into their property there. And it was off the road and in their property and separated. It didn't allow for the vehicles to stack up in the roadway. If we could go down there and possibly look at the site itself and try engineering something into that area for the ride shares, which would then put them coming out in front of slip 3. And they could then exit the property. Keeping them on the road by pushing the barriers back, we're gonna run into the same problem with the Ubers. As soon as the officers leave the area or their staff leaves the area, they just stack up however they want. And we're gonna keep causing that same traffic pattern if we do that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm afraid we're finished with public comments, sir. If you have comments that you'd like to submit to the select board, please do so and we'll take them under consideration. But we really do. Well, you'll have to send it in writing, sir, I'm sorry. Any more questions?
Why are you eliminating comments? Everybody came out tonight, and you really limited the comments.
With all due respect, I think we've made it, as open as it possibly can be. We have other matters that we have to discuss, and we're going to cut off comment at this point. You're free to submit comments to us, and we'll take them under advisement.
Do you have something very important for this today?
Cut him off. Cut him
No,
off.
sir. No, sir. No, sir. Thank you. Thank you. It's part of the agenda is concluded. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis does not give you anything. What we've learned from Mr. Davis is that he will do absolutely nothing.
You want to take a 2-minute recess to clear the room?
Presentation for you, folks.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Please leave the room. Take your comments and discussions outside, please. I'm glad we had the discussion, and I think it was very helpful for us to hear the concerns of the residents. And I urge any other residents who want to make any statements, please send them to Falmouth Select Board, and they will be part of the record, and we will take them under advisement. So the next matter is a report of the Affordable Housing Committee. Mr. Garrison, if you will.
So, Chair Miscali and members of the Falmouth Select Board, my name is David Garrison. I'm the chair of the Affordable Housing Committee for Falmouth. Thank you for this opportunity to make a few comments about our committee's work. You have my written summary of our committee's activities the past 12 months. But in the spirit of your newly reconstituted board, I thought it might be useful for me to focus on several aspects of the affordable housing challenge we face that I urge the board to consider. First, I should acknowledge the strong and shared commitment each member of the Select Board has professed to addressing our town's serious lack of affordable housing. Our committee's role is to identify opportunities for the town to expand its efforts. And I congratulate the board and the town manager again for authorizing and funding increased staff capacity in the housing coordinator's office. The position being posted now is only part-time, however, and we are convinced that it needs to be made full-time as soon as budget resources permit. The ability of housing coordinator Kim Fish to successfully manage her ever-expanding workload will depend to a considerable extent on the opportunity to delegate assignments to her assistant. Kim is doing an excellent job, and she receives invaluable support and encouragement from Town Planner and Community Development Director Jed Kornack. But Kim needs a full-time assistant. Essential to the town's ability to encourage and enhance the flow of housing projects with deed-restricted units is having sufficient resources in the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund to provide the critical subsidies required to fill part of the inevitable funding gaps that these projects must address. The housing coordinator reports that there's about $4.5 million in the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund at the moment. If the town agrees to subsidize the one project that's in the works and another one that's about to be formalized, the balance in the fund will soon be down to about $1.9 million. The next influx of resources is nearly a year away. At the current $150,000 subsidy per unit ceiling the town is using, the $1.9 million balance could support about a dozen units. Meanwhile, our housing production plan target each year is for 80 units. We need more money in the fund, and soon, if we are to have any shot at getting to this annual target. The key to keeping our momentum of approved projects up is having regularly recurring revenue sources, such as the annual transfer of funds from the hotel, motel, and Airbnb tax receipt buckets. These two sources have amounted to less than $1 million a year. Clearly, we need other such recurring transfers. Last year, the town sent a home rule petition to the state legislature asking for authority to establish a real estate transfer fee with receipts to go to the Affordable Housing Fund. The legislature failed to take up a general authorization of transfer fee programs for all municipalities in the state last year. We should remind our state legislators that Falmouth needs this additional tool and needs it soon. A real estate transfer fee could bring in upwards of $1 million in some years, and thus would approximately double the annual flow of tax receipts into the fund. Mr. Richardson, I gather every once in a while you bump into the senator. I hope you mention to him that we're still on that case. Next, the board and the staff need to seriously consider seeking a waiver to allow Falmouth to be named a seasonal community. I know there are some key decisions the town would have to make once the regulations are finalized before asking for a waiver. At least on paper, this new program promises access to a bundle of useful tools and resources, and we need all the help we can get. Happily, the town is now moving forward with the development of RFPs for the 4 town parcels that this board and the town meeting authorized be made available for affordable housing. There are more town parcels that could be released for this important purpose. We urge the town planner and this board to keep at the process of bringing forward other properties, especially parcels that can accommodate either or both rental and homeownership units. Now, of course, the affordable housing problem is a regional challenge, not just limited to our own town boundaries. The discussions going on between the Joint Base and the town of Bourne about the possibility of making a large area available up there, available for housing, including a number of deed-restricted units, is an important opportunity for the region and for Falmouth. I know the town manager's office sits in on these discussions, and I'm confident that we are expressing our support. The select board should be sure to stay abreast of these discussions and weigh in when doing so can be helpful. Now, last but certainly not least, I should note that there are a number of organizations in town, including the Falmouth Human Services Department, that work together to address the needs of homeless and disabled residents. Progress has been made in setting up systems to address the housing and social service needs of this population, but much more needs to be done. The effort of these organizations are perpetually underfunded, often relying on Herculean armies of volunteers to carry out programs for folks in need. As we all work on programs and projects targeted on families and individuals at 60%, 80%, and 100% of area median income, we must not lose sight of how we're dealing with those with little or no income. So thank you for allowing me to share these thoughts with you tonight. I'm exceedingly grateful to the board for its support and encouragement of our committee, and I'll be glad to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Richards.
Thank you. I will let Senator Fernandez know, as you know. When I campaigned for the seat, one thing I said after every one of these, I'm just going to simply ask, what would you like us to do? You had mentioned the real estate transfer fee. We can provide letter of support for that, can't actually do that, but what other steps beyond funding would you like this board to take?
Well, I'm not, for me anyway, it's all about resources, because in order for us to make progress, we need to get to scale to do larger undertakings, and for that we need money. So I don't see any way to go at many of these programs if we don't have, taking on these issues, unless we have resources. So to me, it's about resources, and until we're serious about the resource question, much of the rest of what we do is going to be at the margins, not producing enough to make a difference. And we have to make a difference. This problem is going to eat us up long term. Not just Falmouth, but all across the Cape. And you all know that. So I'm looking for action that moves us along more quickly, and for that we need resources. And
Gotcha.
This is the board that can help us with that.
Thank you.
Mr. Garrison, lovely to see you here. It's been a joy working with you previous to my election here on the select board. Appreciate the question Mr. Richardson said regarding top priorities. I think you outlined 4 of them very nicely. We're heading into our strategic planning come September. So question, aside from your top priorities and the resources needing, what's the best way to engage with you and with all the housing entities so that we can truly update our strategic plan in a cohesive, consolidated way so we're all rowing in the right direction?
Well, Mr. Reed, you have the advantage of having done a housing production plan a year and a bit ago. A thoughtful, comprehensive effort produced an array of proposals. You have sets of strategies which are being carried out to some extent already by the town in year 1, year 2, and year 3, and so forth of the housing production plan. So you have the makings of that conversation already. I don't think you're lacking for data or direction I don't think that's where you are. But it is important, I agree with you, to capture the flow of that conversation on what is surely one of the most important issues facing the town, and build it into your strategic plan. That's essential to do. But I would point you to the plan you have already approved.
Great.
If I could, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brown?
So, yeah, I think you're right, our fund is low, but also our limited number of projects is, reflective of that. But we're gonna have to take our own initiative to come up with projects, because now that we're in safe harbor, we're not gonna have a lot of developers coming. So we're gonna have to really all work together to identify what are the next projects. Maybe we can rehabilitate some building, or, we're gonna have to really get creative here.
Well, I'm not sure that we're not going to have, developers. I think we're just going to have to approach them in a bit of a different way, and maybe in a more collaborative way. And we have the housing working group that I sit on, dealing with some of these LIP applications and so forth. So I would hope that we remain a community that is looking for developers to come and sit and talk with us and come up with some innovative ideas with respect to affordable housing.
Well, and Mr. Brown, the extent to which the town is able to identify town-owned parcels and puts those forward, the town controls that conversation. So 40B is not an issue any longer. And you can set terms about the percentage of deed restricted units across a wide range of incomes. You have a lot of juice there, which you don't have on the 40B conversation. I agree about that. So, so that's one of the reasons why we're excited that the town is moving forward in this, and there's more to do.
Right. Agreed.
Ms. Goldstone, do you have any questions? No? All right, Mr. Richardson?
Just one more question. So when I talk about affordable housing with people, they see it as two buckets, rental units, thank you, and how are we going to get families here? What do you think is, for me, the biggest gap we're failing to address is we should look more into multifamily home models. Do you think that's something that we can replicate here in Falmouth? And
right,
how can we approach
Mr.
that?
Richardson, they're all towns, in order to function properly, or regions, need to have enough dynamism in their housing market so that people can come and go. They can move into the town, they can find a place to rent first, and then ultimately buy, to send the kids to school. So our town effectively has no rental market. There is no rental market. It's a practical matter. So we're missing a major part of that story about how families are formed, how they get started, where they go first before they become homeowners. So yes, we need to get into the rental market in a serious way. There are some big projects that are coming along in the town which are going to produce a number of units, and that's helpful, surely. But we need to do a lot more. And again, it's one of the, we discuss this in Falmouth terms, right, because that's our job. But this is a regional issue. We don't really care whether the person that we need to work at the hospital as a nurse lives in Mashpee or Bourne or Falmouth. We don't care that. We just want them to be able to be close enough so it's not a long haul across the bridges to get here, right? That's absolutely. So for me, it's this broader conversation. But that's the reason I mentioned the joint base, because that's a conversation, as Mr. Johnson-Staub notes, which at least theoretically could get us to scale, at least on a set of multifamily buildings, right?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, Mr. Garrison. Okay, the next report.
We're getting pretty good at it.
All right, the next is a report of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. Alan Robinson, thank you.
While Peter's getting me queued up, let me start. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. Here we go. Now, Peter, which way do I? Oh.
Either of those.
Okay, great. Solid Waste Advisory Committee is now a 9-member committee. We're very happy to be here tonight to make this presentation. And to 2 new board members. Congratulations, and we're very happy to have the opportunity to work with you. We really have 3 elements.
Who are you?
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Doug.
I introduced him when he was approaching the podium.
Well, I'm Alan Robinson. I'm chair of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee.
Thank you.
Our roles are to take a leading role in helping the town maintain and enhance its solid waste management program, to encourage sound means and methods to reduce trash tonnage by smart recycling, greater reuse, food scrap separation, and reduced packaging, and to operate the swap shop. It's been a really good year, and there's a lot of more good things happening. I put this in the past tense, but it's really ongoing. I had a hard time figuring, should I make the most exciting, biggest thing first or last? Say the best for last. Decided to save the best for first. And that is the transformation of the Thomas Landers Road Waste Management Facility. The DPW has been working on this for some time, but the velocity of change has really increased over this past year. There's now a gatehouse. There's now a new garage and office building. They are very good looking. They're in operation, and that has made a difference. The area of the paved surfaces, both on the lower level and the upper level, are so much better than they were just a year or 2 ago. Other improvements are going on. It's really just, Solid Waste Advisory Committee has been talking about the need for this a long time. Town meeting years ago approved monies for these improvements. With Peter's leadership and Jim Grady, it's really happening now. And I know Peter was here in 2014 making a presentation about these improvements, and it took a while, but it's happening, and it's much appreciated. And the swap shop now is the next piece of the transformation. The swap shop is starting to migrate up to the upper level where there'll be so much more parking. We'll have much more space under roof. And the Pick Chicks are volunteers who run the greatest swap shop on the Cape and perhaps in the state of Massachusetts are thrilled with this. So it's a real achievement. I know that I talked about at town meeting of having a celebration when it's ready to go. I know Jim Grady wants to get all the small additional pieces together to have that. But Peter, we will have that because it's really something for you all to see. And you don't have to wait. Go up there anytime it's open and see the changes that have been made if you haven't seen them already. Our schools are the only school district in the state that have universal food scrap composting in all of the schools. Mary Reither, working under Peter's direction, is working very closely with a very fast, well, not fast moving, but progressing effort for a regional composting facility at Joint Base Cape Cod. The county is leading it. The county actually is moving on this, and we have hopes that within a couple years there'll be a regional facility that we all can use, both businesses and the communities in the Upper Cape. And since 2018, the town has reduced their curbside trash tonnage by 5%. And that's with an increase during that period of population of 10%. So really it's a 15% decrease. And we have a graph, and I think it may be hard to see from here. But 2018 is an important year because the state has mandated that the communities within the Commonwealth reduce their trash tonnage by 30% by 2030 compared to the level in 2018. So we're 5%, but really when you take into account that our population has increased by 10% or so, it's really a reduction of about 15%. So we really are making progress on that. And these curves demonstrate that. Other highlights. We, DPW and the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, have introduced new means to recycle hard-to-recycle objects, most notably styrofoam. We've had 2 full-scale styrofoam events this year, with a third one coming up in September. And in those 2 events, we've collected 4,000 pounds of styrofoam. That's 4,000 pounds of nothing. I mean, just think about styrofoam. It weighs nothing. 4,000 pounds, 2 trailer truckloads worth. That residents, over 400 residents of our town have come to these 2 events. And we also have drop-off at the waste management facility for rigid plastics, like trash can barrels that you don't need anymore. That's something that's been introduced by DPW this year. We established a 3rd community food scrap drop-off at East Falmouth Elementary. Last calendar year, 12,196 swap shop patrons, which was a new record. And the swap shop volunteers, the Pick Chicks, were named the VIPS Partner of the Year in support of the Clipper Closet. And if you're not familiar with the Clipper Closet, it's a program that was established by folks at the high school for clothing and personal products and school goods for students who have some need and would benefit by the opportunity to have some free items of good quality. And the swap shop has stepped up and is a major component of those materials available for the students. And it's now spreading to the middle schools as well. There'll be 3 of them in operation once the school year starts. Solid Waste Advisory Committee partnered with Compassionate Care ALS, which is a locally based but regional nonprofit supporting folks with ALS and people who support people with ALS in a paper shredding event as a fundraiser. This is the first event we did to actually, with partnering with a nonprofit, to raise money for the good, and so that the town would not bear the cost for this. The town there was no cost for this paper shredding event. It was very successful. We had 80 patrons, and we think with more publicity, we'll double it when we do this again next May. The town was again awarded a large grant from the MADP Recycling Dividend Program, and as I mentioned, we expanded our committee thanks to your approval to 9 members. And we are it's a very, very active community. We've got a number of fall events coming up. A styrofoam event on the 13th. On the 20th is something new. It'll be our Falmouth's first latex paint recycling event. We're planning to do it as a fundraiser in partnership with Recolor Paints and benefiting Habitat for Humanity Restore. We'll be doing this with a requested donation. We haven't set the amount yet. It'll be at Falmouth High School. I think all of us, almost all of us anyway, in our basements and our garages have used latex paint sitting around. People have been taking it to the hazardous waste event, and it's very expensive to that event and to the town for disposal of latex, which is not hazardous. So we're doing this event, we're doing it as a fundraiser, and we think it's going to be very, very successful. And again, it's expanding our recycling within our town. And that paint will be reused. It will be recycled into paint and actually sold at the Restore. We're continuing our very successful textile events where we get 6 cents a pound that comes back to the community, and we've had various groups from the high school that have benefited from that. And we're also going to be hosting our first Fix-It clinic in October 18th at the library, where residents can come in with sewing machines that are broken or lamps that aren't working, and they can get them fixed rather than having to throw them out and getting something new. But we are falling short. Our message is not reaching the majority of Falmouth households. At the Styrofoam events, we've done surveys, and we've surveyed everyone as the cars came up, and we asked them, how did they hear about the event? And we found that 70% of the patrons learned about it from the Falmouth Enterprise, which is fantastic. The Falmouth Enterprise is a treasure. They are very, very supportive of our efforts. But only maybe a third of the population subscribes to the Enterprise. So we are missing a lot of people. It's not just we, the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, that are missing. But it's the Bikeways Committee, it's the Water Quality Committee, and so forth. We found that Falmouth has the Notify Me system, which is a good system and potentially, it's a valuable system, potentially it could be so much more valuable. There's no direct link to recycling events if you log into this and wanted to find out about recycling events. We've talked to the town manager, and I think that's something that's being worked on. Only if roughly 1,400 individuals are signed up for news flashes for the waste management facility. So we're not, when there are things that are going on at the waste management facility, a lot of people aren't hearing about this. And it's beyond this again, only 2,200 people are signed up as individuals for community alerts. So we've got this system. You can get onto it via the website, but I don't think that many people are aware of it. Or if they are aware of it, they may be finding it's hard to use it or not finding what they're doing. And the website itself has a wealth of information. It's been upgraded for waste management, but there's I don't know how many people are using that website to get the information. So we have our asks. These are our critical needs and our focus for 2026. One is, and these cover a wide range, some of the things I haven't talked about, is our curbside recycling and trash vendor, Nauset, has approached the town, approached the administration and the DPW with a proposal to modify the contract to provide for automated collection, similar to what we have for recycling, and to provide standardized carts. And they wish to extend the contract additional years. I know there's a cost element to it, and I know that the town has limits on available money, but I'm hoping that the administration and DPW can find a way to make this happen, whether maybe the carts don't happen this year, but by next year, because I think there'll be something that will be very much improved in terms of waste collection in our town. While we do that, we have to consider establishing trash regulations. We don't really have curbside trash regulations. And in terms of the amount of trash that people put out, how they put it out, and so forth, particularly if we go to standardized carts, we will need to have some regulations. So then, again, something that our committee will certainly work with, but work with the administration and the Department of Public Works and Board of Health with regard to that. We would like the town, as you're developing updating the strategic plan and the comprehensive plan, not only to include solid waste, and solid waste is included within those plans, but to actually have a standalone element for town government community messaging and engagement as a priority element of these strategic plans, not as a subsidiary element of each of the components of the plan, but making communication and engagement an actual major element of those plans, because I think as the statistics we had from doing those surveys, we're not reaching, and you're not reaching, all the people that I think you'd like to reach. And I think that's a really important priority. And then finally, we are very fortunate. We had our committee worked very hard for many years to get a recycling and waste management coordinator. We've got a very good one. The role that the coordinator is filling is substantially greater in responsibility and productivity than the position that she currently has. So we respectively ask, as the DPW and the administration is working on the town budget, the operations budget, for the spring town meeting, that give consideration to raising the level and the position level and the salary associated with that for that position. We think it's a very important position and it should be taken care of. And we acknowledge and appreciate a lot of people and a lot of organizations. And I won't go through this, but we are very fortunate to be working with the Department of Public Works that is very active, is very engaged, and is working very hard to continue to make the town a better place, as we are all together. So thank you for this opportunity to talk to you.
Any questions of Mr. Robinson, of the members? Ms. Goldstone?
I'm curious, it's great to see that our trash tonnage per capita is dropping, especially given that every single time we have a fabric recycling event, the trucks are stuffed over full and the bins around town are constantly stuffed over full, given that we turned up 4,000 pounds of styrofoam. Like, how does Falmouth compare in terms of waste production per capita to other towns? Do we produce more waste overall?
It's a little challenging to come up with that number because we have so many second homeowners. And so if we were just the 33,000 folks who have Falmouth as their primary residence, we can answer that question. But if we do, but we do look at what we're doing in the wintertime, where it is mostly that 33,000. And we're seeing a reduction. I mean, the fabric is a great example. It's mandated by the state that it be recycled separately, not on curbside. And the tonnage is about 2.5% of our total tonnage of waste. So by taking that out of the trash and taking it to hand in hand or to the various drop-offs, we're making a difference there. Styrofoam doesn't weigh a lot, but it takes a lot of volume. And those any of you who have bought something that has come packed with styrofoam, they do an amazing job, but it fills up 3 and 4 trash bags, and we want to eliminate that. And the more people who are aware of the styrofoam event, then more people will come and drop it off, as opposed to dealing with curbside. And particularly if we go with standardized carts, we eliminate the problem of overflow from standardized carts. So I think we're doing a very good job as a town, as residents. And I think there are factors, I think going with the larger recycling carts is giving more opportunity to put them in the recycling carts as opposed to in the trash. But there's still recycling getting into the trash. There's still recyclables getting in the trash. We were dinged by the state when one of our loads was dumped at the Bourne landfill because there were too many bottles and cans in our trash. So we're not perfect, and we still have to work on improving our recycling.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just very quickly, I think a common theme that I'm hearing, this is more for our board than it is for solid waste, but it overlaps, which is the communication needs of the town. I think we've talked independently with one another about our website and figuring out a way to either, upgrade it, renew it, add some AI, do something so that we become like a Google internet search engine for Falmouth. But I think that could really help because to one of your points that you made, Mr. Robinson, is that we have a combination of full-time and a lot of part-time residents, and it's not getting across to everybody because not everybody reads the Enterprise like we do. So we're going to have to tackle that as a select board and as a town and figure out the best way forward for regular communications and a singular point to that. I also want to commend you for just the really creative solutions that you've brought to what could be a very large problem. The Fix-It Clinic, there's a great one up in Bedford, Mass. that does it full-time, not just once in a while. My mother-in-law uses it all the time. So keep going with that. It's awesome. And then one other point is regulations are a slippery slope. I do understand why you want to do that, but sometimes we over-regulate. Perhaps it's a small percentage problem than a larger one, but before we jump down policy and regulation, maybe look more at implementation of existing policies before we create new ones.
We agree. It can be a slippery slope. At the same time, we have in our contract with NASA, it says 64 gallons per household. And we know, in fact, we've done a survey together with DPW, and we found that, I may not be recollecting accurately, but something either 90 or 95% of folks have 64 gallons or less. But then there's the folks that have greater. And there may be, and if one has a policy one has a policy that has some flexibility to account for very large family size or multi-families living together. But I think it's something that would be helpful, because if we try to enforce our regulation, or try to enforce proper sound management without having a regulation, we may not have a leg to stand on. And if I can just add one thing with regard to the communications thing, a suggestion to consider, that the administration might consider, you all might consider, is sort of an ad hoc committee, not a town committee, but a working group, we'll call it a working group, with folks from the administration, from IT, from some of the committees, and maybe some of the public, to look at the Notify Me system, to see how we could make it such that more people would use it and maybe make it a little more user-friendly. Because rather, we've been using it in solid waste in notification of these events, and we are finding that more and more people are getting it, but just not enough. I think it's something, Peter and I have talked about it a little bit. I think there's some low-hanging fruit if we work together, but that's why making part of the strategic plan as an explicit element of the plan, not as a subset of everything else.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
Alan, I think that one thing we need to do is get some stickers to go on the lids of the recycling bins to say no food, no plastic bags, just some simple red circles to just universal language so everybody can get reminded. Because I see a lot of plastic bags being thrown in the recycling at rental properties and so forth, and it's just like, I just don't get why people don't know, but if those stickers were on there, maybe that would be helpful.
You're doing permanent stickers on their things, not just the people who are.
Yeah, permanent sticker that we can just.
Well, that's a good idea.
Give to every, put one on everyone. Maybe have public just put them on when they do the trash or something. I don't know.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
We probably should have got them when we bought them.
Something we can look to do.
Yeah, one more comment, Mr. Richardson, and then we're going to.
Yeah, I'll just keep it brief. Thank you, and I echo Colin's comment and your comment, where I think that communication along with a lot of these issues is what's a key part, especially with our seasonal community. It'd be interesting if you had percentages on how many seasonal people are coming to your drives that you're doing, if you have that data, or maybe perhaps.
We haven't asked that question.
Gotcha. I think that would be important to notice, like how are we missing these people? My guess is yes, and what we can then decide on how we can better do that. But thank you very much.
Okay.
We do know that seasonal people are coming to the swap shop.
Thank you, Alan, as always, and thanks
Thank you
for the good work you're doing. Okay, D, discuss and consider a vote to approve fiscal year-end transfers. Mr. Johnson, stop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We're going to move forward a little more quickly here.
Every year, at the end of the year, we have some accounts that run over, and we have a lot more accounts that are underspent. We have about 140 line items in the budget that is voted by town meeting, which makes our challenge to, when we're trying to accurately predict our budget 18 months in advance, to not over budget in every line item and not have a lot of deficits at the end of the year is a huge challenge. This year, again, we have great results. We have, the number of transfers is about a dozen, and the total amount of those transfers, $325,000, represents 0.2% of the total operating budget. So I want to commend our department staff and the finance staff for doing such a great job with the budgeting process. We do try to overall have enough cushion in all 140 aggregate line items so that we can handle these deficits without having to go to town meeting for a supplemental vote. So again, this is a great outcome, and we are asking for the board's vote to approve these dozen transfers to settle the year end.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions, Ms. Goldstone? No?
No.
No? Okay. Someone want to make a motion with respect to year-end transfers?
I move approval of the transfers as presented.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Peter.
Peter. So I'm going to hold on the next two items and go to G, discuss sewer betterment policy for the Great Pond Phase 1 sewer. Ms. Lowell.
Thank you. Sorry, just a moment. Got to get my presentation on there.
That looks like mine.
It sure does. I pulled up the wrong thumb drive. Just a moment. Do you still have a thumb drive in there? Oh, so maybe that's mine.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I need a step stool up here. Hi, Amy Lowell, wastewater superintendent. So I'm going to get right into this. It's late. Here to talk about sewer betterment options. I gave a presentation about this a couple of weeks ago. There was more there. I'm just focusing on the betterment this evening. There are two betterment method options. One is a fixed uniform rate, which is based on lot frontage and/or area. The other is a uniform unit method, which is based on sewer equivalent units. Sewer equivalent units is consistent with Falmouth's previous projects and better reflects the contribution of each property to the need for the sewer system because it's more tied to wastewater flow or water use of each property. As far as betterment allocation, we're going to classify parts of the project as whether they're special benefit facilities or general benefit facilities. Special benefit facilities will primarily serve properties in the sewer area, and the ones that are obviously included in that category are grinder pumps and the collection system, which includes gravity sewer mains, low pressure mains, laterals, et cetera. Those are we're going to be bidding this project as two construction contracts, and that collection system contract is one of those two contracts. The other general benefit facilities will serve the particular sewer service area, but they will also serve future sewer service areas, and that includes the brick kiln lift station and the force mains from there to the wastewater treatment facility. Allocation of construction, engineering, and police detail costs. Those don't neatly fit into special or general benefit facilities, and I'm offering that there are two ways that the select board could consider those or could allocate those costs. Option one is what I presented in the last presentation and what's actually in the tables that are in this presentation. And option one is allocating all of construction, engineering, and police detail costs to the special benefit category, which will then later get split in 70-30, between 70% going to the properties in the sewer service area through a betterment and 30% being paid by the town. The option two is to allocate the construction, engineering, and police detail costs in accordance with the contract to cost as a percentage of the total construction cost. Contract 2, which is the collection system cost of the gravity mains, the low pressure, and the laterals, is estimated to be about 60% of the total construction cost. So option 2 would decrease the betterment cost for the individual property owners, but it would increase the cost to the town. So it increases that distribution so that the town would be paying a bit more. So this table, I will not go through in detail. I had a very similar one in the last presentation, but it shows the total project cost and the breakdown of $60 million. And then that breakdown, by many of those line items are, we will get 25% loan forgiveness from the state revolving fund. So the total after loan forgiveness is about $47,000. The cost applicable to the service area. So this first column is the last column from the last table. The second column is this cost applicable to the service area. So here's where we're allocating all of contract one. We're allocating all of contract one, which is the general benefit facilities, to the town as a whole. So you're not seeing it under the service area. That's a zero. Contract two is the collection system. We're allocating all of that cost to the service area. Grinder pump procurement is entirely for the service, allocated to the service area. The subsidy is not. That is allocated as to the town side. Construction, engineering, and police details, here I've allocated them 100% to the service area. As I said in the footnote here, that cost will be, of course, lower if you allocate 60% to the bettered properties, or excuse me, if you allocate 60% to the service area and 40% to the town. So if you reallocated that police detail and construction engineering cost, you can see at the bottom there that this would reduce the total cost applicable to the service area to about $30 million. Cost paid by abutting property owners. This table just shows that that if you take 70% of that cost applicable to the property owners, you get about $22 million that would be paid by a betterment among those property owners. Here's the cost to be paid by the town. So with that split that was shown on the previous 3 slides, the property owners would be paying about $22 million, and the town would be paying about $24 million. The resulting maximum estimated betterment, again, the total estimated total to be paid via betterment was about $22 million. There are about 830, or a minimum of 830 sewer equivalent units in that area, which provides a maximum estimated betterment of $27,000, which would be paid over 30 years by the property owners with 0% interest, which is about $900. This is an estimated maximum because almost 19% project contingency is in this number at this time, and the final number of SEUs is expected to be higher when we finalize that number. And if, as I had mentioned previously, we'd applied about 60% of the construction, engineering, and police detail costs to this, the number there would not be $27,000, it would be about $25,000. And so the final number would be about $840 per year. A little bit more about sewer equivalent units. Under the uniform unit method, one sewer equivalent unit is one single-family residence. Multifamily and commercial SEUs are based on residential equivalents. The recommendation is that we apply sewer equivalent units for the Great Pond area in the same way we did for the Little Pond project, except for commercial properties. For the Little Pond project, one SEU was assigned for each commercial use, no matter the wastewater flow or water use, except for the 2 biggest users, which were where SEUs were based on the flows in their administrative consent orders from the DEP. The suggestion in this case is the same as at my last presentation, is that we base commercial SEUs on average metered water use over the past 3 years, and that would be 1 SEU per 135 gallons per day. And the reason for that number is that 135 gallons per day is the average water use for a single-family home in the Great Pond sewer area. We would have a minimum of 1 SEU per commercial equivalent unit, or per commercial unit or property. So this table is the suggested SEU allocation. It's the same as with Little Pond, except, as I said, for this commercial allocation. In the future, after the betterment is assessed, the town's sewer privilege fee can be applied for future redevelopment of properties where a change in use results in increased water flow. So here's an outline of a potential future vote. I know the goal is not at tonight's meeting to vote on this, but I wanted you to just have an idea of what the vote might look like. So the first point would be to vote on the method of betterment, and I'd recommend that the betterment be based on the uniform unit method. And then the cost allocation. The costs applicable to the service area, I recommend include the cost of the collection system, which is contract 2, and the grinder pumps, as well as either all of, as discussed, or about 60% of, based on the percentage of that contract as a percent, whether contract 2, what that percent is of the total project, construction project cost for construction, engineering, and police detail cost. And then 70% of that cost applicable to the service area will be paid by property owners via betterment, and all remaining property costs, or all remaining project costs would be paid by the town. And then SEUs would be assigned as in that table 6 earlier in the presentation. Betterment steps, I don't think I need to go through this because we've gone through it a number of times. This is, but just a reminder of the overall steps. And then I let you discuss it.
Just one question, Ms. Lowell.
Yep.
Go back 2 slides, if you will, and just the second bullet point.
Yep.
How was that handled during the Little Pond? The way you're recommending it here, or is this different from what was done in Little Pond?
In Little Pond, the engineering and police detail costs were covered. 100% of those were covered as part of the project. Part of the betterment.
So they were included in the 70-30 split?
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone have any further questions?
I'll just qualify that by saying in the Little Pond project, there was not as big a component of the project that was serving future sewer areas. So that's a difference between that project and this project. This project has this larger lift station and the dual force mains that will serve other future areas. And Little Pond didn't really have as big a future component.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Brown?
So Amy, the total, if we keep the police details and the engineering in, we're at $27,135. If we take them out, what was the number? Do you have that?
25,210,
Okay.
approximately. I mean, that's, given the numbers that we have right now, that would be the estimate. And that is again, a maximum.
Right.
That includes all this contingency and the minimum number of sewer equivalent units.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Goldstone?
So can you go to the SEU assignment table, please? So, yeah, what I wanted to look at again was the multifamily assignment. Is the multifamily 5 bedrooms or more different than, I guess there can't be a single family in this area with 5 bedrooms with additional bedrooms that would fit that same quarter of an SEU per bedroom?
So we are defining anything that is zoned single family, or anything that's zoned single family, a residential unit as one SEU. So that does mean that some properties you could have a single family home with 3 bedrooms, that is one SEU, and you could have a single family home that existing theoretically that has 5 or 6 bedrooms, that would be one SEU. We could make this really complicated by looking at the number of bedrooms in every single property and we are not doing that. We're focusing on number of bedrooms in the much smaller subset of properties that have multifamily use.
I certainly understand the workload issue. I'm just looking at it from an equity issue and thinking about the disproportionate impact potentially on smaller multifamily units that are paying, potentially 6 or 7 bedrooms in a multifamily unit as opposed to a single family, where they're not being assessed that additional cost.
So the multifamily they're paying only 0.25, a quarter of an SEU per bedroom, whereas just to put it in perspective, the average single-family home often is not, it would have fewer than 4 bedrooms, and may not be occupied as consistently. So that's a consideration as well.
I guess my other question, and you mentioned the ability to use the sewer, I can't remember sorry, it's late, whatever the fee is for after the fact.
Privilege fee.
The sewer privilege fee.
Sewer privilege fee, that's the word. Privilege was the part that I'd forgotten. We kind of touched on this during our last discussion, but accounting for growth in the area, whether that's addition of density or development of additional lots. First of all, there's the issue of the engineering of the project to make sure that it has the flow capacity for kind of whatever full development of that area would be, but additional development in that area. How are those, is that still that same sewer privilege fee if you're adding an ADU, if you're building a new home in those areas? Is that part of that process?
So let's see. I'll start with the flow neutral bylaw applies to all sewer areas and does apply some limits to redevelopment with any sewer area. So for example, for single family homes, it limits the total number of bedrooms to 4. So if somebody's going to put in an ADU, sometimes they end up reducing their bedrooms in their existing home to add a bedroom in their ADU. There is a variance process through the flow neutral bylaw, and that can be, the proponents can go and make that case to the select board. As far as I'm sorry, you're going to have to restate the cost part of that question.
So I think what you would put up here is that if there were redevelopment that added bedrooms, that would have the sewer privilege fee assessed at that point. If there's actually new construction in this area, are they assessed a betterment after the fact? Is that just part of their construction cost? How is that handled?
So you can't assess a betterment later because a betterment legally is to pay for the cost of the project, but you can assess other fees or costs, other fees that are related to other impacts, like the impact of the additional flow on the treatment system and the overall collection system and operation and all that. So the sewer privilege fee is intended to allow the town to do that. So the sewer privilege fee is relatively new and hasn't been applied a lot. My primary thinking on it so far has been that it is, we haven't done it, and I'm not imagining it so much for adding a bedroom. The idea is that the flow neutral bylaw is intended to limit single-family homes to 4 bedrooms, or they're limited to what they have existing, or to increase up to 4 bedrooms. But if, for example, a vacant lot is assessed for one SEU because it's zoned RC and it could, under regular zoning, have a single-family home, and it's instead developed for 3, it's 2 duplexes or 3 duplexes. You could then assess the sewer privilege fee to account for that change.
Had that happened in the Little Pond area? I mean, there has been redevelopment, there have been ADUs and all of that. What has been the experience?
So the Little Pond project, the sewer privilege fee has only been in effect for a year or so, and it came after a lot of the redevelopment that occurred in the beginning of the Little Pond project. And it's part of what made me push for this privilege fee. For ADUs, again, the goal has been to keep the number of bedrooms within the single-family residential properties to 4. So we haven't been charged. The idea is not to charge people so they can do more than what's allowed in the bylaw, but if they are permitted to increase flow from the property, then this is a way of recovering that additional cost to the town of that flow.
Could I just?
Yeah, sure.
A clarifying question on the same thing. So then a developer comes in, buys a property that has one house on it, tears it down, puts up multifamily with 10 units. Can we then charge 10 sewer equivalent units as a privilege fee?
It's not exactly the same. So we can look at increasing the sewer privilege fee to be more equivalent to the cost of a betterment. But it is not, it's lower right now, and it's not phrased exactly the same way. But yes, it is intended to try to recoup some of that cost of redevelopment.
Not exactly, but.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anyone in the audience like to speak?
Are you accepting public questions?
Yes, sure.
My name is, yes, Grace. My name is Tom Dignas. I'm from East Falmouth, town meeting member from Precinct 3. And I think I'm maybe a little confused, and I'm sure you can clarify this for me. At the April town meeting, there was considerable discussion, even with questions from some different board members, about this 70-30 rule, which appears to have been flexed perhaps in your option 2 to a 60%, and the town is now picking up 40%. If I remember correctly at that meeting, there was a lot of discussion about equity, not in the national sense, equity of paying taxes for sewers, in that historically it was always 70-30. Town pays 30%, property owners pay 70%. Other side presented at that meeting was, well, that's a lot of money, you know. We want it, I think somebody even said 60%. I don't know why it's just 60% in your discussion and not 60-40, but I'm going to guess it's 70-30 for option 1 and 60-40 for option 2. I'm wondering what happened. Do I have it correct? Were you convinced, well, the town's got to pay more? So
I'm sorry that it's confusing, and I understand this. I would love for this to be simpler, and maybe we can work on that for next time. But the part of what is different about this cost is, as I mentioned, this project. Part of what's different about this project is, as I mentioned earlier, there is a component of this project which serves a larger area of town, future sewer areas. And that was not the case in the last project. So we're struggling a bit with how to fairly accommodate that. So the first step is to decide what costs are applicable to the service area. And what town meeting voted, or at least that was certainly the intent of town meeting, as I read it, was that 70% of the costs applicable to the service area are paid by the property owners in that service area, and that 30% of those costs be picked up by the town. There are additional costs that benefit the additional area, or benefit future areas, and those would also get picked up by the town. So the percentages vary based on what part of the project you're looking at, but the town meeting vote is being honored here. I pulled up a table that lists in that middle column costs that we've discussed being applicable to the service area, and then the 70% of that is the column on the right. So that's the honoring of town meeting vote, and I apologize that it's confusing. It is what it is.
If I could, I think that maybe it was because of the 60/40 relating to the engineering, and
Yep.
so that's a different matter.
Right, and it has to do with these two parts of the project. So I outlined in the presentation, which, this presentation, and you had this ahead of time, the select board has an option here, which is how you account for the construction, engineering, and police details. These other things are relatively easy. The lift station and the force mains are general, are applicable to future service areas, and the collection system is much more applicable to the individual property owners. There will be construction, engineering, and police details for both of those contracts. So that's why we're talking about this allocation difference.
Thank you. Mr. Walrath, did you have some questions?
Yes, I do. Good evening. Tom Walrath, Precinct Captain from Precinct 3. I would just say on that 60/40, and I think Amy was getting to it as well, when Mr. M.G.L, you had asked about, the little pond, and I think one of the huge differences is the amount of work that's going to be on Route 28 and the juggling act of getting all that done, which is certainly going to require a lot more police detail than on Mira Vista Avenue, as an example, and some of the side streets. Is that correct?
So the Brick Kiln lift station, that's contract 1 in this project. The Brick Kiln lift station will serve this project area and future project sewer areas to the east. The lift station, the force mains that will be constructed from there to the plant will go down Brick Kiln Road, all the way Brick Kiln Road west to Service Road, and then up to the plant. That, again, will be used. It's designed and sized and will be constructed to serve areas further to the east. That kind of component was not in the last project. So that's what you're getting at, right?
Got it. Yes, correct. Okay, thanks. And then, same as 2 weeks ago, I would just urge, the select board is to do whatever you feel is fair and equitable to all of the folks in this phase 1 of Great Pond. Hopefully we can get this thing going, get it underway, and then start rolling into phase 2, which would be the other side of Great Pond going down Acapesket. And I know it sounds that you're probably going to be coming to and making a vote in 2 weeks at the next select board meeting. So I would just urge you, if you have any questions, certainly utilizing the skill set of Amy Lowell. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I do think that is our intention. Anyone else? Yes, Jeff?
Jeff Thomas, Precinct 3 town meeting member and resident of T-Ticket Path. I'm about to be the proud owner of a grinder pump, and I have a question. I was talking to somebody in the Little Pond sewer area today, and he said, make sure you talk about the details behind the grinder pump. For that area, I guess they have a finite lifespan, and the discussion when we did Little Pond was the town agreed to take to cover those in perpetuity. Is that the same scenario in our area?
So when I last spoke here, there was another component to the presentation that was all about grinder pumps, and the select board will need to vote in the future on a grinder pump policy going forward. The last grinder pump policy said at the top of it, Little Pond project, right? So it needs to be addressed again. And that is up to the select board, how they handle those issues. So I can tell you what was done before, but the determination has not been made yet for the next project.
Not on the agenda.
So I'm a little confused, so.
So we're not really, I mean, we're not really discussing the grinder pump tonight necessarily, but it will be something we'll be taking under consideration at the vote. And if you have any questions or comments, you know, send it to us on email, but it's really not part of the discussion tonight, the grinder pump issue.
Okay, but it will be resolved when you do the vote in another 2 weeks?
No.
No.
That, not particularly.
Okay. Okay, so what kind of forum would address that aspect?
We will be having a forum after we vote the policy. Amy has gone out publicly and said there will be a public forum for questions, I assume, with respect to this question as well?
So there is a public meeting coming up at the end of July. That's a public, or it's an information meeting for
Right.
property owners. That, I had not seen that as a forum on grinder pump policy. I saw that as you know, public information, what we know now. Since the decision-making about grinder pump policy in the end lies with the select board, I had assumed that would be a select board vote and a select board discussion.
But if I might, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So, Amy, I had it in my head, and I may well be mistaken, that there was less time pressure on the grinder pump policy decision, and we were not planning to seek a vote on that on July 28th. Is that accurate?
Right. So the grinder pumps will be so people can't connect to the sewer until the sewer is completed, right? Which is projected right now for the end of 2027, so more than 2 years from now. So that's, if the town is going to buy the grinder pumps, which is what they did last time, the town will go out to bid in late 2027, mid to late 2027 for those pumps. And the decisions about the pumps can, then are not quite as urgent as the decisions about the betterment. They are important. I recognize that they are very important, but they are not as time urgent because they're not part of the general construction contract that will be going out to bid on this fall. They are part of a later procurement and later process.
Okay, I understand.
They are important questions as far as the cost and the impact for everyone.
Okay, I'll make sure that I pay attention to it when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. This doesn't require any board approval or board action, so if there's no further discussion, we'll move on to the next agenda item.
Well, we don't have to vote, but are we going to get like a sense of the board for, I mean, I feel like we should do everything we can to reduce the cost because there's such a difference between the cost of this project and the last project. So I'm just voicing my opinion that I'd like to take out the police details and the engineering and get it down to that 25,000. That's just my feedback for you.
So make have each part of the cost, have the construction engineering police detail be divided in accordance with their proportion of sorry, it's a little late, having trouble finishing a sentence.
So I guess I would,
Go ahead.
maybe, I know we're making it more complicated, but in my mind, police detail is public safety, it is general good, 100% general good. The engineering, I think your 60-40 split makes a lot of sense, where you're allocating, as we're doing with construction costs, you're allocating the engineering cost essentially to the portion of the projects. And so I would lean toward a 60% of, if I've got, yes, 60% of engineering costs go into the betterment assessment, but no police costs. And
I think it's helpful to get everyone's thoughts, but we're not going to make any decision on it tonight, so I'd rather just move on to the next item, and we've got 2 weeks to think about it and discuss it probably at our next meeting. Yes?
The only thing I said is I just think the police detail should be a non-negotiable. I agree with Vice Chair Goldston's point. I think we should cover that.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Any more
Okay.
questions? Otherwise, thank you.
All right. We are kind of late here, so let's
Item
see
H,
if we can, what's the next item?
Arts Falmouth fee waiver.
Arts Falmouth, you want to mention that, Peter, waiver of
Sure,
the fee?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the Arts Falmouth has taken over the sponsorship of the market previously run by the Falmouth Art Market, and they are seeking a fee waiver for the special event permit fee for artisans at the harbor on the Ban-Shell side of the Marine Park on Thursdays from July 3rd to August 28th. And in your packet, you have the details. In accordance with the approved fee schedule, the permit fee for this event is calculated based on a formula, and I won't read the formula, but you see the results of the formula with the discount. First and last day, $400, 7 days, $750. So we do have, the board does have a precedent for how that discount is applied.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant here, if she will? You want to approach and identify yourself and tell us a little bit about Arts Falmouth, Inc.?
First of all, we really appreciate the town
Please
approving
identify yourself, ma'am.
our application to do the.
Please identify yourself, ma'am, I'm sorry.
I can't hear you.
Please identify yourself.
Sorry.
Just identify yourself, please. Oh, I'm sorry.
Just your name, Marilyn.
Thank you. All right. I know it's late, but...
It's late. Marilyn Rowland, I'm president of Arts Falmouth, and this is Diane Frecourt. She's the coordinator of the artisans at the harbor.
Thank you.
And also a member of Arts Falmouth.
Okay. Do you have anything to add to the discussion other than, as Mr. Johnson-Staub has laid it out?
I just wanted to say I appreciate the town approving our application, special events permit, to do the artisans at the harbor at the last minute as we took over. Right now, our finances are such that we're just breaking even, so the $1,800 would make it very difficult for us to continue this market. And we hope that you will allow for that waiver.
And Mr. Chair, if I could clarify my previous remark. So for the past 4 years, the board has fully waived the fee, and prior to that, the board had approved a reduced permit fee.
But that was for a slightly different event, as I understand, the waiver.
I'm not sure if I think the organizer of the event is different, but perhaps the sponsors could explain if the event has changed from prior years.
The name changed because of the situation that happened earlier in the year. We almost lost the market.
Could you share the mic?
Arts Falmouth.
Yeah, if you could introduce yourself and speak into the microphone, please.
Arts Falmouth was great to just come forward as a nonprofit and sponsor, which we're now calling Artisans at the Harbor, which is formerly Falmouth Art Market. So the name has changed. The artisans are pretty much all of the same artisans. The committee group, including Marilyn and myself and a few other women, are all the same committee that was the Falmouth Art Market.
I just want to say the Cultural Council voted not to continue the art market, and a number of vendors wanted to continue it, and so that's why we took it over.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Anyone have any questions on the board? The applicant?
I'll make a motion to approve the request from Arts Falmouth Inc. to waive the special event permit fee for the artisans at the harbor event at Marina Park from July 3rd to August 28th, 2025.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We
Okay.
greatly appreciate you.
Very good. All right, we're going to move on to the Falmouth Country Club RFP.
Peter Johnson, Staub, Assistant Town Manager. At our last meeting, we reviewed the policy goals for this request for proposals and lease of the Falmouth Country Club Golf Course. I'll quickly sort of gloss over those, and then we'll get into a discussion of the options for the lease payments for the request for proposals. So these are the goals that we talked about. Really, the bottom line is what's good for the town is good for the community. We want a high-quality operator that provides good customer service and is successful with their business and can share a reasonable portion of that revenue with the town so we can cover our debt and pay for some capital improvements. At the last meeting, the Select Board gave us direction to pursue a 10-year lease with a 10-year renewal and to make the lease, the financial requirements of the request for proposals more flexible to assure that we do in fact attract some quality bidders. The challenge here is finding the right balance. We could, of course, go to one extreme and just not have any minimum requirements and allow the respondents to bid whatever fee proposals they want. In that event, we would have no assurance of, the amount of revenue that we would generate, and covering the cost of our debt, could certainly we could fall short, and also, the town conceivably would not get fair market value for its asset. So we're trying to find the right balance of having minimum financial requirements for the potential bidders, the golf operators, that assures the town with a reasonable return, but aren't so onerous that they're not attractive to the to private firms that might be interested, and we get no bidders, which is what we had the last round. So to start to provide some context of what that might look like, what I've laid out here is I've taken the actual revenues from calendar year 2024, and then from that revenue looked at what the current one-year lease extension financial terms are. So last year, the total revenues were just shy of $3 million. Under the current 2025 one-year lease, I'll say that the operator has been kind to give us a pretty good sense of what they estimate their expenses will be for the 2025 calendar year, and they have indicated that those costs in aggregate, the direct operating costs, are going to be about $1,775,000. The current lease with the town requires a base rent of $400,000, and it has two tiers on revenue share, which I'll identify more specifically later. And under this new lease, they will be required to pay the town full property tax, real estate property tax to the town. So once we deduct all of those costs to the operator, if the revenue for this year is exactly the same as what it was last year, then the net revenue to the private operator, which is now Troon Indigo Sports, would be $495,000, and that's about 40% of the net operating revenue. So another part of this sort of puzzle of finding the right balance is what do we think the revenues are going to be over the next 10 years of the golf course? And the disclosure that financial investors make comes to mind here. These are the past revenues, and past revenues are no guarantee of future performance. But if it tells a fairly interesting story. The revenues were incredibly flat from 2006 to 2019, and then as we've talked about before, once COVID happened, there was a real spike in the revenues, and it just kept growing from there. If we look at the average, if we calculate the average annual increase over this period of 18 years, It's a really healthy 5.7% average annual increase. However, if you look at just 2006 to 2019, the average annual increase was less than 1%. So I don't think it's at all reasonable to assume that the next 10 years' average annual increase will be 6%. I have no idea, honestly, what it's going to be. So what I did was I looked at 3 revenue forecasts. I did a low, a moderate, and a high revenue scenario. The low scenario assumes that the their calendar 2026 revenues, next year's revenues, would be 5% less than they were in 2024, and then from there grew at just 1% per year. So that's the low forecast. That's the dark blue line right here. The moderate revenue forecast assumes that 2026 revenues are the same as 2024 and then grows at 3% per year. And then the high revenue forecast assumes 2026 revenues, again, starts at the same point as 2024, but instead of growing at 3%, grows at 6%. What this chart shows on the very bottom in light blue is a forecast for the operator costs growing at 3% per year. So you can see, depending on which revenue scenario you're looking at, that expense starts to get a lot closer to the revenue on the low as compared to the moderate or the high. So that's all context for, again, trying to find the right balance. This is a busy chart. I apologize. It is similar to one that you saw at the last meeting. So the first column here are the terms that we had in the last unsuccessful request for proposals. The next column is the current lease, the 1-year lease for this year. And then I've created 2 options for the board's consideration for minimum requirements for this coming lease. So just to go through one row at a time, the base rent for the last RFP was $400,000, but it had an escalator on it of up to 2% per year. That base rent would grow, assuming the revenues grew by at least 2%. The current year is just a 1-year lease, so there's no escalator factor. It's a same $400,000 base rent. And in the 2 options that I've identified for you, option number 1 has a modest increase to the base revenue of $425,000 over, as compared to the $400,000 that it has been for quite some time. Option 2 has a big increase in the base rent, all the way up to $550,000. Now, where these 2 options really differ is option 1 is structured a little bit, is structured similarly to the lease that expired in 2024 and the prior RFP, which is to say there's a base rent and then there's a revenue threshold above which there's a revenue share. And in this particular case, after I ran a number of different options in terms of what the revenue threshold would be and what the revenue share would be, and forecasting that operator cost at a 3% increase to try to find that right balance. And I felt like this mix with a $425,000 base rent, a $2 million revenue threshold, so same as the revenue threshold for the 1-year lease, and an escalator in the revenue threshold of up to 3%. And I think that's important so that as revenues grow, the operator keeps more of those revenues to cover their increasing costs. That, I think, was one of the key issues that I ran into, where we were too aggressive on the last RFP because the town was taking too much of that revenue growth and not leaving enough of it for the operator to cover their increase in costs.
Peter, excuse me. If you want.
Yes.
So what you're saying is that under option 1, there'd be a $2 million, and then over $2 million, we would get 30%, but that $2 million would increase 3% a year over the 10-year period.
Exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yep. And then on the second option, the logic was, let's just make it really simple. the town just wants to cover its debt, and $550,000 is not quite there. Actually, the town's debt's about $620,000 per year. But increasing it all the way up to $620 is, really probably not viable, given the potential volatility in revenues and the and expenses as well. But in that, for that option 2, where the base rent is higher at $550,000, there is no minimum revenue share. So, so it's predictable, it's simple, and then this slide shows what happens in, and again, I apologize, it's a little bit dense, this chart, but the top half of the chart is looking just at year 1 and looking at the low revenue, moderate revenue, and high revenue outcomes for just year 1. And for year 1, and this entire slide is option 1. So we're looking at option 1, where we have that $425,000 base rent and then a 25% revenue share. And I apologize, this
should have been 30, right?
No, this one should be 30. I reduced it to 25%. So this is looking at a 25% revenue share. And in year 1, everything looks fine under option 1. And by that I mean the town is covering its debt, and the amount of the revenue that the town is receiving is in that 40 to 60% range, which is doable. However, when we look at year 10 under this option 1, the low revenue scenario I've highlighted in purple, sort of the problem areas. So the town's revenue is only $528,000. We're not covering our debt. But at the same time, the town's share of revenue at 76% is too high. So essentially what that's saying is, if the low revenue scenario happens, there's just not enough money for either side. But if you look at the moderate revenue and the high revenue scenarios for option 1, they actually, again, they work pretty well for both the town and the private operator. So let me pause there and see if you have any questions on this slide. Okay, so now let's compare, same comparison for option 2. So now we're looking at the $550,000 base rent with no required revenue share. And I should say, in all of these scenarios, the bidders could bid more than the minimum, right? So where we've got a 25% minimum revenue share for option 1, an operator could bid a higher revenue share than 25%. They could also do 2 revenue thresholds, like we have with the current 1-year agreement, where there's it's a 35% revenue share for between $2 million and $2.5 million, and then after $2.5 million, there's a 50% revenue share. So the bidders would have that flexibility.
And they'd be paying the taxes every year, yes?
They would be paying the town's property taxes every year in addition on all of these scenarios. Yeah. Okay, so back to option 2, the higher base rent with no required revenue share. Again, the year 1, everything looks good. The town's a little short of the $620,000 debt coverage, but close at $604,000. When we look at year 10, again, we have a couple of problem areas that I've highlighted in purple. In this case, the town covers its debt, but the net revenue to the operator is only $74,000. So to look at it on a percentage basis, the town's taking 89% of net revenue. That's probably too high. Now, the moderate revenue and the high revenue, well, I should take them one at a time. Under a moderate revenue scenario with this $550,000 base rent, and looking at year 10, the town's covering its debt. The private operator is bringing in $894,000, and there's a really nice 51% share. So we're looking really good for that, striking the balance if under a moderate revenue scenario. But under a high revenue scenario, now it flips the other way. the town just barely covers its debt. The private operator is taking in $2.1 million. Now the private operator is taking 78% of the revenue. So that's, arguably not a great deal for the town. My takeaway here is that option one is better because under both the moderate and the high revenue scenario, we have a reasonable share. And even on the low revenue side, it's actually a more reasonable share under option one than it is under option two. So just a couple points. I alluded to this earlier. There is some flexibility for the bidders. They can bid above the minimum 25%. The operators can bid a second revenue threshold, and they can bid a revenue share threshold escalator of less than 3% if they choose. I want to touch on, those are the key decision points for the board. I did want to identify some of the other important elements of this RFP that we have touched on earlier. Subject to the board's input, we are proposing that operators, in terms of how we handle capital improvements, that the operators are going to be invited to dialogue with the town over the capital plan and to have a possible sharing of costs for those capital plans. But it's not going to be written in the town. It doesn't make sense for the town to make, I don't believe, a firm commitment on capital spending in the RFP itself. And based on what we've learned, there isn't enough revenue to ask the private operator to make a firm commitment to contribute to capital improvements in the RFP. I should say the town will need to invest in some capital improvements over the next 10 years. And that's, we can take a hard look at that. What I'm saying here is it doesn't need to be baked into the RFP. What we want to communicate to the potential bidders is that the town will be investing some level of capital improvements and will dialogue with the private operator. And that dialogue, can start in year one, but it may be different in year five. Maybe by year five, if the operators had 5 great years and everything looks like it's going well, maybe they're more inclined to contribute something, significant to capital improvements. Or, on the reverse side, if it's been really tough, then, they're not going to make any capital improvements. Capital improvements, I look at it in 2 separate categories. One is equipment, the turf equipment. So that's, the operator has to have that in order to run their day-to-day operations. And the proposal here is that the private operator will have to pay their capital equipment costs after receiving the inventory that the town provides. So the town has built up an inventory because we've been purchasing $50,000 a year for the last 15, 20 years, or maybe it's 10 or 15 years. So there's a decent inventory, and from there the private operator will be responsible for whatever replacements or supplements to their fleet that they feel they need. And then in the last 3 years, because we want to be in a similar position again at the end of this lease to provide the next operator with some inventory, so it's not a huge barrier, a huge investment required of the operator in the first year to buy all new turf maintenance equipment, that we would start to replenish that inventory that the town would own for the next lease. So that's how I'm suggesting we handle the rolling equipment, the turf equipment. This is the timeline where I'm looking for your feedback tonight on these 2 options and any of the other elements that I've highlighted, so that we can have an RFP to be approved at the next meeting.
Peter, could you explain how the renewal option that you mentioned, the 10 years, is going to actually work? Because in prior discussions, it didn't sound like there was really an option. It was kind of, if both parties agree, then we'll go forward. So maybe you could explain what you envision as being the terms of the option for the next 10 years.
Yeah, so it is the way that we would address it in the lease is the same that the renewal options have been in the past. And it is just as you said, it would be by mutual agreement. So if the operator gets to the end of 10 years and says, this hasn't been a good deal for us, we don't want to continue, they can. If the town says, we're not happy with the operator or we're not happy with the arrangement, for any reason, either party can decide not to renew. However, if both parties are happy, it's been a good arrangement, a good experience, there is an opportunity to modify the financial terms based on the economic realities. So there can be a negotiation between the private operator and the town to say, okay, we're interested in a renewal, but what are the terms going to be?
So the only reason to have that renewal provision would be to obviate the need to start again from scratch with an RFP. I mean, that's really the only reason you would have it, because otherwise neither party really has an option. I mean, if it was a true option on the part of the operator, it would say that, they have the right to extend it on certain terms or whatever. So it's really that desire to do away with having to do a whole new RFP. The parties can agree amongst themselves at the end of 10 years to modify the terms and go forward.
Right. That's exactly right. I mean, if you could potentially frame the options differently, as you said, more rigidly, to give the private operator more assurance that they would get that renewal. But it sort of takes the benefits of the renewal. You start to ask, well, why have a renewal option? Why not just make it a 20-year agreement? I guess you could make it an option on the part of the operator and not on the part of the town. But if the town's not happy with the arrangement, then maybe you want to have a no-fault divorce, if you will, option at the end of the 10 years. So one reason to have it be a renewal by mutual agreement, one is maybe we're not happy with the private operator, and two is maybe the economic conditions have changed a lot, and we want to rethink the capital responsibilities. We want to start with the new and maybe look at a 20-year and put the capital responsibilities on the private operator.
Okay. I, for one thing, option number one is a better option. I think golf will continue to be a popular sport, and as I said before, ultimately something's going to happen with the Cape Cod Country Club, and that's only going to be overflow to Falmouth Country Club. So some share of excess revenue, I think, is probably the way to go. That's how I feel. Anyone else? Mr.
Yes.
Brown?
So I'm a little concerned about the lack of addressing the capital plan, and how will say a prospective RFP respondent doesn't know the club very well. Is there going to be a list of equipment that's on hand and the dates of?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so we had that in the last RFP. Excellent point. Yeah, we will have an inventory of the equipment as an appendix to the lease, so they know. And they will, of course, have the right to inspect the golf course. So come down, get in a golf cart, and ride around and have a close inspection, so they know the condition of the course as well.
And there's also an analysis that was prepared as to the future needs of the golf course that'll be available to the bidders.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that's an important point as well. So also in the appendix is this independent review by a consultant that evaluated the condition of the bunkers, the fairways, the irrigation system, recommended capital improvements that are needed. So there's a lot of good information to provide to operators other than Troon Indigo who might be interested in bidding.
Okay, and maybe there could just be some language that says the town understands its commitment to capital improvements along with this lease, or something that could be encouraging.
Yeah, I agree. I think we need to, be careful not to make a promise that, that we could be sued over. But yeah, a general statement that the town is, recognizes the need to maintain the asset and will be, looking at a capital plan.
Because the way it's framed now with just investing in the last 8 and 9, year 8 and 9, it's kind of, it's non-committal to the first 7 years. That's the way it looked to me from an amateur point of view.
Right. I think I think it's easier for the private operators to plan to purchase their equipment because the useful life lines up a little better with the lease. Over the 10 years, to the extent they need to buy equipment, it's gonna last for 10 years, and they're gonna get the asset life or close to it of a lot of that equipment. I think it's more, the private operators are gonna be, they're gonna be interested to know, is the town gonna, fix the clubhouse, do any clubhouse improvements? That's probably not the highest priority. The highest priority is gonna be, there's a section of the irrigation system that, probably needs to be replaced over the course of the next 10 or 20 years. Golf bunkers, tees. So there are, some areas that would be a benefit, certainly it'd be a benefit to the private operator if they were improved. But it's again, I think the best way to approach that is to have a partnership with the selected operator to identify which of these improvements are the most important, and is there any ability to share the costs, or is it all going to be on the town?
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes.
Ms. Goldstone?
Yeah, given that, as Mr. Brown has mentioned multiple times, we already have an extremely large capital commitment over the next 10 years, and that's additional capital investments that are already in there. Thinking hard about how we're going to meet that is important. Can you just help me understand a little bit of your thinking, both the previous and the current leases include a revenue share from food and beverage as well, and that was not included in any of your forward-looking options?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out. So the revenue share was 10% over $200,000 in the past. I think that generated $13,000 in a good year. So my thinking was, I know that a lot of the resident golfers would love to see a better, some enhancements to food service. And my thought there was, if the private operator is retaining 100% of the profit, maybe they're more inclined to invest in the product, whether it's equipment or the food or the staff to provide it. Small, a very small part of the total revenue, and create more of an incentive to improve the quality.
Just the makeup of the facility doesn't really lend itself to having an active food and beverage concession at the club. Yep. Are you just scratching your head, Mr. Reed, or do you have a question?
Lots going through. What is our requirement tonight as a select board? Do we have to vote on something?
We're just kind of giving Mr. Johnson Stop some direction, and we'll vote on it at our next meeting.
I guess the questions that come to my mind is, we're looking at your graphs, you're looking at golf revenue excluding food and beverage, and you did show quite an increase over the last 4 or 5 years. But there's no mention of what capacity has been or what the metrics are for the golf course. Are we at capacity? A golf course can handle 200 to 300 golfers a day, right? And I read in the previous minutes that there is a desire to keep golf rates where they are or competitive, right? So trying to increase revenue comes from either capacity, increasing your greens fees, enhancing food and beverage, or adding more events. We're not prescribing that in any of that. We're letting the RFP responder decide how they're going to increase to meet the goals that you've put out in the 3 different scenarios. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And my general sense from talking to the current operators is we're not, and perhaps Kerry Murphy would speak to this, he's more knowledgeable of the day-to-day operations than I am, but my sense is we may not be at maximum capacity, but we're in the peak season, which is where most of the revenue is, of course. We're getting close to it.
Gotcha. So that means it's got to come from other spots, and I just worry that increase in green fees will have an inverse effect. I've seen that in the town that I grew up in. Because then that also plays out as you're not going to sell any food and beverage if nobody's showing up. So it's a very delicate dance that we're going to have to do here. What you're saying, at the end of the day, we as a town have to cover our bills, and we also have to provide recreational activities. So how much debt do we want to take on or not is the question.
I think, the best deal in town still is the greens fees at Falmouth Country Club. It's a good deal. I think it's probably inevitable that they're going to have to go up at some point over the next 10 years,
Well,
as a
that's
practical matter.
inflation, but, it's not an $85 golf course, right, in current conditions. No disrespect to any of the stuff, like, it is the best deal, and there's a reason why it's the best deal. So I just caution, we could outprice ourselves if we're going too high. But
Mr. Murphy, would you care to add something to the discussion at this late hour?
How are you? Thank you very much. Another late hour. Peter's done a tremendous amount of work. He's worked with Kerry Murphy, chairman of the Golf Advisory Committee, has worked with a couple of members of the committee, with myself and the committee. 2 points to Doug's point about capital. We own those buildings. We own the cart barns, we own the buildings, so part of the capital program as we move forward is to engage in that mutual program about fixing up the clubhouse, making sure it's structurally sound and legally there. I think that the question about where they are, they're kind of at their maximum, to be honest with you. I mean, I think they took a sort of a more aggressive approach with memberships in the last few years. In the past few years, they've kind of backed off that. But right now, they're close. And to Bob's point about Cape Cod possibly converting to a solar farm, may migrate some people over. We're not sure about that. My own personal opinion, I hope it doesn't turn into a solar farm. But I think we're losing a huge asset, additional asset to Falmouth Country Club. But that's another discussion down the road. But right now, the course runs well. We've been blessed with a good operator for 20 years. I think Peter's put a tremendous amount of work in this, and the first slide he shows you was that balance, and he and I talked about that a lot, just that balance needs to be there. The operator's kind of not doing it. He's kind of doing us a favor by being there, and the fact that we've got a quality operator that we have has been a blessing, and it's been to me, for the last 20 years, that course has been a home run, to the point where, they lost money and now we're making money. And to the benefit of the new members of the board, we're going to retire that note in 10 years. So the $630,000 is going to be, again, I lost the argument on the 10 and 10. I wanted a 25 to 30-year lease. I lost that argument with the committee and with Peter. But at the end of the 10 years, that note goes away. So the numbers are going to change. And you will have that benefit at the end of the 10 years to adjust that. But Peter's done a tremendous amount of work, as has his staff, so thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
So
Mr. Richardson?
Thank you. Just to, as Colin referenced it, reiterate my past comments, which I know we talked about, finding a way to find the balance between not restricting it and making sure that the course fees for residents don't increase beyond whatever an amount that can be discussed, I think is important for me, because I think you're right with the balance of, one, making sure that it's affordable and people are actually going and using the course, but two, not restricting the operator or whoever wants to bid from making enough revenue. It's just my only thought I have at this time.
if I could just,
Please.
I wanted to respond to some of Select Board Member Reed's comments. Thank you for those. And what I wanted to note is the minimum requirements that we're now proposing are substantially less than they were for the 10 years that were just completed. So the revenue share threshold was $1.4 million. and the revenue share was 40%. So now we're at 2 million and 25% is what we're looking at. So, you know, having learned from the last RFP where we got no bidders, you know, we've really backed it off. I was really surprised that we didn't get bidders the last time for that same reason, because the last RFP, we were at $1,750,000 and 40% minimum revenue share. And I thought, well, that's a much better deal than what just ended. And Troon said they're still interested. So if they're still interested, they must have done okay. But I get it. I've run more scenarios on the expense side, so I have a better understanding where they're coming from. But I did want to make that point that I think, with the mix that we have in option one, we're not putting too much pressure on the operator to raise fees and price ourselves out of the market.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you. You have your, what you need, Mr. Johnson-Stop?
So I'm taking away a consensus of the board that we're heading for option one, not option two. Not the 550,000 base rent, but the option one with 425 and a 25% revenue share.
I think so. Thank you.
Thank you.
With respect to item J, we were going to discuss entertainment license regulations. Is there anyone in the audience that's interested in that? Because if you're not, I think we're going to just put that over onto our next or a future agenda. The next matter is to discuss and consider reaffirming the Select Board opposition to the Steamship Authority's continued use of a 5:30 a.m. ferry service. Mr. Johnson-Stop, would you like to give some context there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a matter that the Select Board has been asked to take up a number of times by residents in Woods Hole. We have received a lot of feedback over the years about the disturbance that the 5:30 a.m. ferry causes, and we have a letter in your packet that was drafted by some of those residents to reinforce a position that this board has previously taken in opposition to the 5:30 a.m. early ferry start.
I have circulated amongst the members a slightly edited version of that letter. I direct the members to take a look at the redlined version. I can assure the people that it in no way lessens our position with respect to the 5:30. It's really only a kind of a messaging changes with respect to, you know, the Select Board and our position, in particular, as the you know, the couple of different, I don't want to go over all of the edits, but there was mention in the original letter about broken promises and so forth, and you know, I've changed that language or suggested that language to just say, of note are the following examples of issues that are of concern to the community resulting from the maintenance of the 5:30 a.m. ferry, and list all of those items. I did not think it was, in my opinion, appropriate for the Select Board to be talking about broken promises and things like that. So it's little minor edits about that that are in the red line version, which I find to be a better letter conveying our strong opposition to the 5:30 a.m. ferry.
Mr. Chair, can you just clarify, we did send a letter previously. This is the, as of that letter, promised more detailed letter that we are sending as supplement, essentially, right? Okay.
We wanted to go on record because we weren't sure when when the hearing would be closed. We wanted to reaffirm that opposition and said that we would work on a further letter outlining specific examples and specific issues which we have in the draft and in the redlined draft.
Is there any other discussion? Because if not, I would be prepared, if I could speak, to move approval. Okay.
Can we clarify on bottom of the second page, the town of Falmouth is identified? That's going to be stricken, so the beginning of the sentence starts with several possible solutions? Okay. Got it.
Yes.
And again, that's in keeping with what I think our position is. We haven't really identified them. I think these are...
They have been put forward.
They have been put
Not
forward,
necessarily.
and that's all it's saying, and that's why I think the edits such as that are in our best interest from the select board's position.
Got it.
So there is a motion.
Motion to, I guess, approve the letter as amended, reaffirming the select board's opposition to the Steamship Authority's continued use of a 5:30 a.m. ferry service.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. Moving right along to the annual November 2025 annual town meeting schedule. Very quickly, Mr. Johnson, stop.
Sure. The proposed schedule for the 2025 November annual town meeting is in your packet. It aligns with the charter and bylaw requirements, of course, and it aligns with the select board schedule adopted for the calendar year. It is very similar to what we've had in past years, although again, looking at the select board schedule, which was aligned with some holidays, some religious holidays, it's a little earlier than the final product should be about a week earlier than it has been in the past.
Okay. Do we need any action, or this is just an announcement?
No, you do.
Are we approving it?
We are seeking a vote of approval.
Okay. So someone want to make a motion with respect to the November 2025 meeting schedule?
I move approval of the date schedule as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
And last but not least, I certainly commend your patience. You know, I know we were trying to accommodate your schedule, and I apologize that it's taken so long to get to your application, but we have an interview, consider a vote to appoint Carrie Shanahan to the Recreation Commission. Ms. Shanahan, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything you would like, I mean, you've been here this long. Tell us
I
something
won't
more
keep you.
about yourself,
So,
please.
in 1990, I was an intern at the Falmouth Recreation Building at the Gus Canty. In 91, I was hired part-time at the rec department, and then later full-time, where I worked till 1998, where I took a job with the school system. Both my children went through the rec programs. I've been a volunteer coach. I have a degree in recreation as well as teaching, and I believe that it's time that now my kids are a little bit older and I have more time on my hands. I'd like to get more involved with the rec department. So that's why I'm here.
I know it's late, but just curious, do you have any specific thoughts or ideas about where you would like to see the rec committee go in the next year or so?
Well, fortunately, I have worked with Julie before, so I think we have a lot of the common interests and goals, so I think it'll be a good partnership. Playing fields is obviously a big concern of mine, as we all know about the baseball field currently. And both my kids play a lot of sports, so I've seen beautiful facilities all over the country. So I'd like to see us work on that here in Falmouth.
Okay.
I was also on the committee that built the turf field at the high school.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions, Ms. Shanahan? Richardson?
No, it'd be pretty funny if we voted no.
Motion?
Hi, Mr. Richardson.
Hi. It'd be pretty funny if we voted no, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to make the motion so we can get you to bed. I make a motion to appoint Carrie Shanahan to the rec committee.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your patience. Let's see, everybody Everybody okay with the minutes? Have you looked at it? Can
That's
we
perfect.
Make a, is that a motion, Mr. Brown?
Second.
Okay, so we are considering a vote to approve the minutes of the meeting, public session, June 30th, 2025. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. Do we have a supplemental report, Mr. Johnson?
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
Great.
Good. Any select board reports? Mr. Reed?
We skipped item E, not that I want to extend our meeting, but we skipped.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to hold E and F, and we actually alerted our Director of Finance to that. I'm sorry, I didn't mention that before.
Roger that, thank you.
Yep, we held that. Okay.
The report.
Nothing
Any
to
select
report.
reports? No.
I'll just briefly report that Peter and I attended the intermunicipal Wacoit Bay meeting with Mashpee Sandwich and Falmouth. I don't think that any other towns were there. So just moving forward, sharing information about what is happening in Wacoit Bay and what we can do to address it. Mashpee had originally thought they were going to be moving forward with sewer planning around Wacoit Bay. Now it looks like the Wakeby area is going to be more promising for them. They're having a really challenging discharge every time. Promising means it's more practical for them to do the Wakeby area before the Wacoit Bay, maybe because of the discharge. I didn't get that clear, but I know that they've changed their path from doing Wacoit Bay first. And so maybe we're going to have to come up with some creative solutions to address Wacoit Bay a little bit earlier at the Water Quality Management Committee on June 26th. There's a really big crowd of people that were very concerned about the July 26th?
No,
No.
the one that happened already.
Oh,
June
happened already.
26th,
All right.
yeah. We haven't had July 26th yet. And so the room was filled, and the Water Quality Management Committee entertained folks to talk about Wacoit Bay, the turnover that happened. The people from Webner came and explained that it was a turnover event where the temperature difference causes sediment to rise to the surface, and it was earlier than it's ever been recorded before because of the warming temperatures. So just, now it's a renewed effort, I think, on the people that are around the bay to get some action. So maybe we might in the future rethink our course of planning for Wacoit Bay, but we'll see. I did send an email to the Water Quality Management Chair just to alert him that maybe it's time we think about a different tact. Maybe there's some other way we can move more quickly, because it's at the end of the line, and who knows how many years it's going to take to get there. And it's really in bad shape.
Let's see. Chair Muscali, Member Brown, and I attended the opening of the Hatchville Fire Station last Tuesday. That was very well attended, and I'm glad that that's finally open. And then Chair Muscali and I attended the 300 Committee's annual meeting that we made the proclamation for. It was very well attended. I read the longest proclamation I've ever seen from the Senate. I think it was like 12 whereases. So what I said is you only get to that many whereases if you have a big enough impact on the community. So I feel like we say this every meeting, but shouts out 300 Committee. And in the interest of time, that's it.
Okay, Ms. Goldstone.
I attended the most recent Human Services Committee meeting, where one significant point of discussion was around just the interest and need that our multilingual social worker has been seeing since she came on board earlier this year, and still working through how best to reach people, what apps, what ways of getting to the community members who most need her support. But she's certainly finding no lack of need. So I think, all told, for just being a few months into this, during a period of pretty intense need, going pretty well. But definitely glad to have her on board.
Yep. So I apologize. I had hoped to get a matrix of your recommendations or your thoughts with respect to committee liaison assignments. I haven't to that. Hopefully I will at our next meeting. Does anyone have any future agenda items that they would just like to throw out there? Mr. Richardson?
I think it might be worth, I'm not sure the precedent or the policy, but I think it might be worth, if you guys can remember 5 hours ago, the first comment of the evening about the potential extension to the bike path, I think with the federal funding situation that they're facing, I think it might be worth reconsidering.
Consider that. Anyone else have any ideas, thoughts? I'll just remind Mr. Brown and Ms. Goldstone to get me the evaluation reports, because I would like to put that together and have that on the agenda. I've spoken with Mr. Renshaw, and we'll try and get that on the agenda for the July 28th meeting.
Mr. Chair, were we expecting goals, the town manager to share the goals that he's been working with over the past year?
We had discussed that at our meeting, and I do expect to get them from Mr. Renshaw when he returns from vacation.
That's currently the key piece missing from
From
mine.
yours? Okay. All right. Mr. Brown?
It's not really in my report, but it was pretty impressive that the Cops and Cars annual car show raised $54,832 for Tommy's Place.
Really? That is
I should have put that in recognition maybe next week.
And I'll add, my family used to own the Elmarch Inn, that's now Tommy's Place, and when I'm visiting family, it's every weekend it's full, and they really do a tremendous job for our community, and they've expanded it now to Osterville, and I think there's another Centerville, and I think there's another location too popping up somewhere. So we couldn't have sold it to anything better than what it is, and it's really a great place in our community.
Okay, well, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience this evening. We got a lot done, and thank you. And more to come.